Good afternoon, honorable members. As we begin our devotions with our Moments of Impact segment, I would like to share on this brief thought a heart of gratitude. Tomorrow, many countries around the world will celebrate Thanksgiving. And while this celebration is centered around a time of feasting and connecting with families, Thanksgiving is a whole lot more than that. Thanksgiving, in its original and true form, was a time when the pilgrims paused to reflect and celebrate the harvest season and other blessings of the year gone by. Thanksgiving was about having a heart of gratitude towards Almighty God for his goodness towards mankind. In life, it is so easy to have a heart of ingratitude, which leads to murmuring and complaining. At times, we can get so caught up on focusing on what isn't right in our lives, what didn't work out, and everything that we may deem negative, and forget to pause and reflect on what is going right in our lives, what did work, and what is positive. When you reflect on your life, there is more good than bad that has happened to you. There is more positive than negative. There is more going in the right direction than in the wrong direction in your life. Your existence today is reason to give Almighty God thanks. You have breath in your body. You're in your right mind. You have a roof over your head. You have health and strength. This is why the scripture admonishes us in 1 Thessalonians 5:18 that in everything we must give thanks, for this is the will of God concerning Christ Jesus. In the good times, we must give thanks. In the bad times, we must give thanks. In the uncertain times, we must give thanks. In uncomfortable times, we must give thanks. In difficult and challenging times, we must give thanks. In the Bahamas, we have much to give God thanks for. Despite what we have gone through over the last few years with Hurricane Dorian and the pandemic, God has been good to us and is worthy of our praise. Despite the social ills we are faced with, and God knows there are many, we still have reason as a nation to have a heart of gratitude. While many other countries are struggling to rebound, the Bahamas is well on its way to not only rebounding, but surpassing our pre-pandemic success and progress. I join in with the psalmist today in declaring, "Oh, give thanks unto the Lord, for he is good and his mercy endured forever." God continues to smile upon the Bahamas despite our shortcomings. We are still the envy of the world. Everybody still wants to come to paradise. No matter where you travel around the world, it is still better in the Bahamas. The Bahamas is still the greatest little country in the world. In my concluding thoughts today, I want to challenge every Bahamian under the sound of my voice to maintain a heart of gratitude. No matter what you may be facing today, don't complain, don't murmur, because someone has it worse than you. Always remain positive and optimistic, because all things work together for good for those who love the Lord and called according to his purpose. Bow your hearts with me. Our gracious and heavenly Father, we thank you for sparing our lives to see yet another day. Thank you for your daily provisions you make for us. Thank you for your loving kindness you display toward us even when we don't deserve it. Lord, forgive us for our ingratitude. Forgive us for the times when we have complained and murmured when we should have really been given thanks. Lord, help us to never forget where you have brought us from. Help us to keep our eyes upon you and look to the hills and with our help. Father, we thank you for the leaders of our nation. As they've assembled in this honorable house today, may you continue to undergird them with strength, wisdom from on high. And as they discuss the business of the people, Lord, may you direct and superintend the affairs of these proceedings today. We invite your Holy Spirit to take up residence in this room today, and we humbly ask for your spiritual guidance, insight, and wisdom, because you are omniscient. You know all things. May your presence be felt by all today. May there be reverence for your name. For it's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Let us repeat the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Brad Mitchell, Gladys Hannah Martin, Obadiah Wilstrom, Alfred Sears, Dr. Michael Darble, Clay Sweeting, Keith Bell, Wayne Monroe, Vaughn Miller, JoBeth Colby Davis, Ginger Moxie, Mario Bolag, Jomo Campbell, Basil McIntosh, Miles LaRota, Pia Glover Rowe, Lisa Raming, Zane Lightbourne, Dr. Hubert Minnis, Jamal Strawn, John Pinder, Marcus Roll, Leon Lundy, Kirk Cornish, Wade Watson, Leonardo Lightbourne, Leslie M. Miller Bryce, Leroy Major, Sylvanus Petty, Mikkel Bonnaby, Michael Pintard, James Kwesi Thompson, Aram Lewis, Shannon Don Cartwright, Adrian Gibson, Adrian White.
Honorable members, what a wonderful first sitting this morning. Let's give the women of this parliament a resounding round of applause. Well done, well done. Now we'll go down the order of business. Introduction and swearing in of new members. Laying of documents by ministers. Statement and communications by ministers. Thank you. Communications by the clerk. Messages from the Governor General. Messages from the Senate. Motion for leave of absence, leave to resign, seat and new writs. Presentations of petitions. Presentations of reports of committees. Adoption of reports of committees. First reading of bills. Second reading and committal of bills. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Fox Hill.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to start off where the special session ended this morning. To add, we were told mum's the word for us, wrong gender. So I have to start afresh today and say congratulations to the women of our country for the exemplary service which they've delivered to the country. And to, certainly from a personal point of view, support the government's position of equity and equality for women. I think that without doubt in my own life, my mother is perhaps the progenitor of all of this political involvement. I just remember my father on Sunday afternoon saying to her, "Are you going out again?" So she's always going to some meeting or other. So there we have it. So thank you, Lilla. I do also want to take this opportunity, though, before the discussion of the bill itself, to indicate that today is another important anniversary for us, which is why we were delayed coming back, and our apologies for that. Because Cyril Stevenson, writing in an essay in 1983, indicated that the Progressive Liberal Party was founded or announced to the country on the 23rd of November, 1953, which was 11 years after the Burma Road riots, and today is in fact the 23rd of November. So today marks the 69th anniversary of the founding of the Progressive Liberal Party. And so we end up being the oldest political party in the country. And we've been engaged in every aspect of the public life of the country from its formation in 1953 to the present. At the press conference that we had today, in support and marking the anniversary, I announced that the Progressive Liberal Party will be purchasing $10,000 of government bonds to show our support for the government and the stewardship of the Minister of Finance, that we intend to petition the government for the statutory incorporation of the Progressive Liberal Party, which is something which we had petitioned the last. I'm a check. I think it's a sand dollar. But yeah, so we announced that we'll be petitioning for the statutory incorporation of the Progressive Liberal Party. We had tried when we were in opposition to incorporate under the Nonprofit Act, but we were advised by the Attorney General that was not possible. So it looks we have to go by statutory incorporation. And in speaking to the Prime Minister, we would wish to offer the same opportunity to the Free National Movement if they wish to do so. The statutory incorporation of the political parties and transfer all of the assets, liabilities, and all that onto the statutory corporation, as opposed to trustees as it's been done traditionally. Well, yeah, I think all of the above discussions are going, but for the moment now, we're just talking about the statutory incorporation. So once the liabilities are transferred, if they're liabilities, they will be on the statutory corporation as opposed to individuals, the individuals as the individual trustees as they are now. We think that's the modern direction to go in. And of course, we are committed to trying to build a convention center for the Progressive Liberal Party to mark this occasion. So that's a reason why we're delayed and why we are here today. And I want to thank the founders of the party. 3 men are credited with the founding of the party. They are H.M. Taylor, who later became Sir Henry Milton Taylor, the Governor General, and William Cartwright, who was then the Member of Parliament for Cat Island, and Cyril Stevenson, who later became the Member of Parliament for Andros and was elected to the House in 1956. The story is that they went to London for the coronation of Queen Elizabeth II in 1953. They met with the Labour Party and the Fabian Society to discuss the formation of the party, returned to Nassau, and then went to Jamaica, where they had discussions with the leaders of the 2 Jamaican parties, and then came back and decided to announce this organization. And we've been a continuous organization since 23rd of November, 1953. And I wish to remember them. The other thing I would say, Madam, is since we were talking about women, is that Cyril Stevenson in his essay makes the point that the Progressive Liberal Party's success could not have been possible without the work of women. He said in the early stages of the party, it was women who really carried the day. And I recalled to my colleague, Member of Parliament for Angliston, how her late mother, Beryl Hannah, told me as a young bride she'd come to Nassau, and her first experience with organizing by the Progressive Liberal Party was standing up on Christie and Bay Street and watching a parade with Dame Albertha Isaacs on a bicycle and a small group of women following her along Bay Street. And she was remarkably struck by the courage of these people in the face of what then existed. So women have been all the way with the Progressive Liberal Party, and I thank all of them and remember them for all the work which they've done. Madam Speaker, Evensong is the evensong, solemn evensong, sermon, and benediction is, of all the Anglican rituals, my favorite. And from the time I was a youngster, Maud Johnson, my grandaunt, who was born a Hannah, by the way, used to take me as a youngster to St. George's Church at 7 o'clock in the winter, 6:30 in the summertime, or the other way around, sorry, 6:30 in the summertime, and in the winter it was earlier, 6:30, and in the summer it was later, so that it was dark. And those of you who've ever experienced that service, the benediction, which the Roman Catholics call the revelation of the Blessed Sacrament, the church is darkened and the monstrance is taken out and the sign of the cross is made. It lasts about an hour. I still go to it at St. Agnes Church now when I'm in town, or at Ascension or Christ the King when I'm in Freeport. But I mention that because it is, I associated with a quiet time. My grandaunt had these little candies that she used to have in a pocketbook. And as a youngster, every time I got restless, she would take them out and put one in my hand to keep me quiet. And as an as an adult, so as an adult, it's a real quiet time for me, and I still enjoy it. But what I found within the last years is you go to St. Agnes or you go to Christ the King, and inevitably someone wanders in from the outside and disturbs the worship service. And this never used to happen in Grand Bahama, but I'm finding increasingly on the streets near Christ the King on a Sunday afternoon. At one point, the sexton in the church actually had to put the person out of church because they were making so much noise and disturbing the service. And this happens, as I said, in St. Agnes. I'm sure it happens in other churches on other occasions. And it brings home the issue of, to me, of mental health in our country, because there are increasingly so many cases of people who are simply walking around talking to themselves. And they are on street corners and begging alms. And you know, in this country, you're supposed to have a license to beg alms, and if you don't have a license, you get fined $75 if you go before a magistrate. But the police and the society, they really ignore the issue because people are mentally ill or assumed to be mentally ill. And there appears to be no effective remedy for the society to deal with this issue. It seems like many people are homeless, and they simply hang out on the streets. Often you can see them sleeping along the Potter's Key dock area or the Montague foreshore. And the police, I've asked them several times, I was asking the minister, how do you actually deal with this as an issue? Because in order to get treatment in a mental health facility, it appears that you cannot voluntarily check yourself in. And it appears also that the police see it as a revolving door. So if you're arrested for some other offense like loitering or vagrancy, they can detain you, of course, up to 48 hours. They can take you before a magistrate, but inevitably the magistrate will simply give probation or let you go. And so it's a revolving door. And I know in my own constituency that many families who face this problem of people who are chronically in this condition, chronically bipolar, they have no mechanism to deal with it because the only thing they know of is to go to the police and say the person is creating a disturbance. The police may or may not come and arrest that individual, but inevitably within 2 days or a day, the person is out on the street again without proper care or control. And so I was asking, does this bill remedy that problem so that someone who's in that position can get the treatment they deserve if they are obviously mentally ill? If I'm correct, you can look at two clauses of the bill, Clause 22 of the bill and Clause 23 of the bill. And what it says, the whole regime of this bill appears to try and balance the need or the public interest in people being properly cared who are obviously mentally ill and the rights of that individual to treatment and proper humane care. And it's a serious problem because a lady walked up to me a couple of weeks in Fox Hill and said, you know, there's a young man, I think we all know him in Fox Hill. It's a chronic issue. And she said, can you do something to please have him get some treatment? Because what is happening is the other young fellas are beating him up all the time. And he's ending up getting hurt. And it is not fair to him. And there needs to be some mechanism to deal with it. So I'm hoping that this new legislation deals with that problem. So it says, in 22, it begins by saying, every admission to a health facility or a mental health facility shall, as far as possible, be voluntary, except where conditions for a facilitated admission as specified in Section 23. So the bill appears to give the right for you to voluntarily check yourself into a mental health facility. So that seems to be a change from where we are now, because the minister is saying, at the present time, the only way you can do so is you have to present yourself at accident and emergency. A doctor has to then certify that that's a condition, and only in that case you can go on to the facility. And then it says in subsection 2, or subclause 2, any person who is not a child, A, who has been diagnosed with a mental illness, or B, exhibits symptoms of a mental illness, may make a request to be examined and assessed, or further examined or assessed by a psychiatrist or a medical practitioner. And if, after assessment and examination, he needs further mental health care and treatment, or is diagnosed with a mental illness and requires mental health care and treatment, he may be cared for and treated at home or in a health facility or a mental health facility. So that again seems to me to be striking the balance. So you present yourself, you're examined by a psychiatrist or a medical practitioner, and you may be cared for once diagnosed as an outpatient, in other words, at home. You can have the medication, which is, I think, the current thinking in the medical community is that is the better outcome, to be able to treat someone as an outpatient, or in a health facility or mental health facility. And in that connection, I do not think that there is a mental health facility in Grand Bahama. So the only mental health facility, I believe, is in New Providence. And I think there may be a ward in the Rand. Right. So again, the law is providing for this, but of course the country has to catch up with the physical infrastructure and the support from the professionals. So you can voluntarily now, under this bill, you can present yourself and get treatment. Now, it says way down on subclause 6 that where the psychiatrist in charge, well, let's go to subclause 5. A person who is voluntarily admitted under this section shall be treated only with his informed consent. So that, again, is the balance. You've got to let the person know, we're treating you, this is what we're doing, this is what the diagnosis is. And should be informed that he has the right to discharge himself from the health facility. So the idea, you know, the one flew over the cuckoo's nest, where you're just in there forever and you never get out, or mental health facility, unless before discharge, the psychiatrist in charge or the responsible medical officer is of the opinion that the person meets the criteria for a facilitated admission under Section 23. Okay? So what you do then is it seems to be an attempt to stop this revolving door. So someone's checked in and just says, I'm going and I'm leaving. The case has to be reviewed before that happens. Then it says in 6, subclause 6, where the psychiatrist in charge or the responsible medical officer is of the opinion that the voluntarily admitted person meets the criteria for a facilitated admission under Section 23, his self-discharge may be prevented for a period not exceeding 24 hours to allow for further examination and assessment as required under subsection 2. So, to go back to subsection 2, remember, if you're checking in voluntarily, you have to be examined, and then there has to be a diagnosis, and then there's a prescription for treatment either at home or in the health facility or mental health facility. So what this appears to be saying in subclause 6 is, if you want to check yourself out, and the doctor determines that you shouldn't be checked out because it appears that you are not well, then the self-discharge can be postponed for 24 hours while the examination takes place. And then the facilitated admission provisions then kick in under clause 23 of the bill. So, to move to clause 23, it says, any person, subclause 1 of clause 23 says, any person who is diagnosed with a mental illness or exhibits symptoms of mental illness, who lacks capacity to make mental health decisions for himself, may be admitted to a health facility or to a mental health facility as a facilitated admission. That seems to be a major change. So it looks like what this will allow is a relative who suspects someone is not well, mentally unwell, can initiate a facilitated admission, which is different from what the minister was explaining, where you have to present yourself at A&E, or you have to go to the police and have the police arrested. All of which has to do, I think, better with better human dignity and this issue of informed consent. And then subclause 23.2 says, a facilitated admission may be made under subsection 1, A, on the application by the person's nominated representative. Now, somewhere in the bill here, there's something called an advance directive. So it is possible for someone to have written out instructions, either by using the Power of Attorney Act or you have a will that says, my representative can make decisions if I'm in some way incapacitated. So on application by the nominated representative, can initiate a facilitated admission. Then it says in B, on the certification of a psychiatrist or medical practitioner and one other mental health professional after an independent examination and assessment, either on the day of admission or within 7 days prior to admission, and on statements of relevant persons that the person has recently, 1, threatened or attempted to cause harm to himself, 2, behaved violently toward another person or has caused another person to fear physical harm from him, or 3, shown an inability to care for himself to a degree which places him at risk of harm to himself. Now, it would seem to me, as a layperson, that the people who are on the street corners, barefoot, disheveled, no obvious place of abode, may neatly fit into that category. But this bill, notwithstanding that, seems to me to put in place sufficient provisions for the review if care takes place under those circumstances. What is important is that someone does not get into a system and is simply lost, and he never comes out, he or she never comes out, you can never find them again. So there are sufficient checks and balances in the system to call for someone under this kind of procedure to be reviewed so that the person does not get lost in the system. Then it says in C, on certification by a psychiatrist or other mental health professional, after considering an advance directive, if any, that a facilitated admission in a health facility or mental health facility is warranted by the severity of the illness and is the least restrictive option in the circumstances. So again, it's trying to strike this balance, not trying to dump people in a hospital and lose them, but to say, in all circumstances, you're dealing with the patient and making sure that the patient gets the proper care, and you use the least restrictive option. In other words, you don't take away someone's liberty willy-nilly. You try and do so as carefully as you can, if the circumstances warrant it. And where the person is not eligible to receive care, it says in D, and treatment as a voluntarily admitted person under Section 22. So I wanted to draw attention to those two provisions because, as I said, I've just noticed, and this is anecdotal, that more and more we're having these circumstances. I have a friend of mine, I call him a friend of mine. We were high school, not classmates, but in the same year, graduated from the other Catholic school. I graduated from St. Augustine's. And as soon as I walk into Christ the King, I can, within 5-10 minutes, I can hear my name being called out. And then the story is repeated about how we were in the speech contest together and what Pindling said and what Pindling didn't say and all the rest of it. But it's a chronic issue. He's not really a danger to himself, but it is a sign when you go to Freeport. There's a female that when I'm doing a run in the morning at 4, who's simply howling at the moon, so to speak, just speaking out aloud. And these are increasingly you're finding in Grand Bahama and in New Providence these cases. And these are people who need care. And it appears for either social reasons that perhaps their families have simply just given up because it's just too difficult to do anything about it, or there isn't actually any way to resolve the problem, so they're out on their own. And it seems to me that this undermines the dignity of the country, where people are not getting proper care. And I think our society is wealthy enough, it is organized enough for us to be able to deal with this in a humane manner. And that is why I'm pleased at the work the minister's done to bring this to a conclusion to the House so that the procedures can change. I think when the mover of the motion spoke, he said the last act dates back to 1969. So that's a long time ago. And things have moved on significantly since that time. So I'm hoping that this meets the approval, the unanimous approval of the House, and that the professionals are pleased that it brings us into the modern era. And, but more importantly, that when the legislation is passed, I would gather you would have to have significant regulations put in place for all of this to be carried out, and financial support, because it's going to be quite expensive to carry out all of these provisions. So I hope that the society actually lends its support to it. There seems, particularly after the pandemic, to be a greater understanding of the need for mental health and the support of mental health. And so I hope the Parliament does a good thing in the eyes of the society by passing this act and providing all the support and care which people need. I know that, speaking for my constituents in Fox Hill, that many of them will be grateful that this instrument will now be available to them to care for those loved ones that they find in these difficult circumstances, often with violence at home, and there's no mechanism to deal with it. So I thank you for allowing these words, Madam Speaker. I support the bill, and I hope it gets the unanimous support of the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am forever grateful to the people of East Grand Bahama for having this opportunity to once again speak in this honorable place and to represent the good people of East Grand Bahama. Madam Speaker, just before I get into the substantive presentation, I wish to do just a couple of things. One is to wish my 16-year-old daughter, Jaylise, a happy birthday. Today is her sweet 16th birthday. And I wish to just read something very, very short that I sent to her, and I wish to also put it in the public domain, but I sent to her this morning on her birthday. My beloved daughter, Jaylise, I'm so proud of you. You have developed into a courageous, intelligent, strong, interesting young lady. You continue to surprise me and inspire me. I love your spirit. Continue to dream big. Continue to work hard. Hard work pays off. You are extremely valuable. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. Stay close to God. Ask Him for wisdom and direction. You were born for a purpose. Follow God's purpose for your life. Your daddy loves you. Happy sweet 16th birthday.
Oh, yeah.
It's about
This is recorded?
3:15.
This is recorded.
Trust me, I can record it and make sure she was. But Madam Speaker, I also wish to wish a happy birthday to Will Rutherford. Coach Will Rutherford from Grand Bahama, who is my constituent, who also was I won't call him old, but my former softball primary school coach. So I want to wish Will Rutherford a happy birthday. Baseball. Also, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to have in the gallery Miss Nakia Watson. Ms. Watson is the founder and president of the Mammogram Access Program in Grand Bahama. And this coming Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we have 100 women in East Grand Bahama who will be participating in the East Grand Bahama free mammogram program, where we are partnering with MAPS, or we're partnering with Ms. Nakia Watson, and I really want us to commend her because she took it upon herself with her organization, and she has mapped and did a test of or looking at the previous numbers of women who have done mammograms pre-Dorian and pre-COVID. And so she can tell you all the numbers of the persons who did mammograms in Grand Bahama prior to Dorian and prior to COVID. And she's tracked those numbers, and she's seen a considerable decrease in the amount of women who are getting mammograms post-Dorian and post-COVID. And obviously, because of the issues that women are facing, that's one of the things that unfortunately slips through the cracks. So she has been very, very motivating. We have a group of 100 women who out of East Grand Bahama. There's a WhatsApp group, and they're all excited about being able to provide this opportunity. So we want to say thank you. Pardon me? They're coming to Nassau. Yeah, they're coming to Nassau. We also have Doctors Hospital, who is one of the major sponsors of this. And so they'll be flying them in Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, taking them to the Doctors Hospital facility getting them to do the mammogram, and then flying them back. And so that is a tremendous, yeah. So we want to thank Ms. Watson. We want to thank Doctors Hospital, and we want to thank all of the women who are participating in this initiative. Madam Speaker, in my constituency, there is an area that has caused and contributed to many mental health issues. I wish to thank God, first of all, for sparing us in Grand Bahama and in Abaco from the brunt of Hurricane Nicole. Unfortunately, this brought back memories, very bad memories, of Dorian, which many hoped they would never, ever see again. But this in itself has caused much anxiety, I know, amongst my constituents in East Grand Bahama. In East Grand Bahama, where NEMA ordered the evacuation of Sweetings Key during the recent Hurricane Nicole, they are still in a very vulnerable position. I'm pleased that most residents listened and evacuated. Sweetings Key was in the process of dredging the passage, and I believe, Minister for Works, member for Fort Charlotte, I believe an assessment would have to be done to ensure that the sand has not returned to that passage. Last week, 2 boats, unfortunately, were stuck. Madam Speaker, I personally visited vulnerable areas and spoke to residents, asking them to evacuate, and most of them did. Residents experienced some roof damage and some flooding in the east settlements. I renew my call for an urgent repair of the seawall in High Rock. The government must attend to fixing the seawall in High Rock. The community is rebuilding, and we need to protect what is being rebuilt by that seawall. We were spared this time. However, we must be prepared for the next storm. Officials touted in a public meeting that I attended that the government has the funding, so we again reiterate our call to begin work on the seawall. The dock and Sweetings scheme must also be repaired. We again appeal for this to be done. Hurricane Nicole just brought again back anxiety with these issues, or because of these issues. Madam Speaker, residents in the vulnerable areas of Lady Lake and over the bridge were areas where several residents lost their lives during Dorian. They were thankfully spared. I visited these areas before and after the storm. However, although spared, they've asked me to remind the government that they are still in need of home repair assistance. They were already approved, and yes, significant progress has been made since Dorian, but we are still a long way away from getting back to pre-Dorian. I saw a story in the press. I brought a copy of it, but I saw a story in the press that the DRA is targeting 800 homes in Grand Bahama and Abaco. That they have a work crew of 10, and that 17 houses are under repair in East Grand Bahama. They have a budget of $2 million. If my numbers are correct, I'm just throwing the averages out, but if you have a budget of $2 million and you have 800 houses, that's about $2,500 per house. So my question, and that does not include the amount that you're going to pay for the labor. It does not include the amount that you're going to pay for the materials. And so my question is this budget sufficient to cover the amount of persons that require the assistance? The government also, or the DRA, also has chosen the process of work crew as opposed to handing out individual contracts to repair the houses. They say in their article that they have a work crew of 10 persons. And in the town meeting, they also indicated that they are going to start in the settlement of Rocky Creek. So I canvassed the settlement of Rocky Creek, and one house has been, now in fairness, there's only about 7 houses. But one house has been completed, and that one house took 2 weeks for the work crew to complete. So if you have 800 houses, and it takes 2 weeks to complete one house, I really shudder to think when the other persons are going to receive their assistance. So I ask for the DRA and the government to rethink that position, because those persons who are still awaiting the assistance cannot wait another 2 years, 3 years, 4 or 5 years. So we are asking them to re-look at the work crew and put in place the sufficient personnel and funding to be able to move that process along much faster. Madam Speaker, in Waterkey, the road from East Grand Bahama to Waterkey has been washed out and filled with debris as a result of Hurricane Nicole. It is in urgent need of repair as a result of Hurricane Nicole. The dock from East Grand Bahama to Waterkey also has been washed away as a result of Hurricane Nicole. It is in urgent need of repair. While their numbers are small, they are Bahamian and they deserve the same level of attention as any place else in the Bahamas. We are also anxiously awaiting the government's decision on the extension of the SIRS order or the implementation of new exigency orders. We were very pleased to hear from the Deputy Prime Minister when he came to Grand Bahama that the government is working on these new exigency orders. And so the people of Grand Bahama are awaiting what these new exigency orders will look like. And again, it is a matter of easing the anxiety that Grand Bahamians are feeling as a result of going through Dorian, realizing that their repairs are still not completed, and wanting to know that there's going to be some additional assistance or that concessions that have been put in place will continue. And this has nothing to do with people attempting to take advantage of the government or attempting to take advantage of the situation. You have thousands of Grand Bahamians and persons from Abaco who are still in the process of recovering from Dorian. You drive a lot of these communities and you will see a brand new roof and you will see the outside of the house that looks wonderful. But go inside and all you will see in some cases is a shelf. You go into their kitchens and you will see no appliances. You go into their bedrooms and their bathrooms and they are still repairing. And there is no fault in this. Persons are just taking their necessary time to repair. Because there are persons who they take whatever couple of dollars they have at the end of the month to buy some tiles, to buy some sheetrock, to be able to do this. So they were not in a position where they could immediately repair their entire house in that one shot. And so the exigency orders, the continuation of the sayers orders is absolutely necessary for the people of Grand Bahama and absolutely necessary for the people of Abercrombie. Madam Speaker, an inspirational story. I wish to commend Leland Lang Jr. on the reopening of High Point Restaurant and Bar in High Rock. And this is again why we need that seawall. He is a young, courageous, community-minded entrepreneur and a leader in the East Grand Bahama community. The business was destroyed by the storm and has now been rebuilt. And so I commend him and wish him every success in his new business. I often say, Madam Speaker, that I am inspired every day by the people of East Grand Bahama who have lost so much but continue to rise above their circumstances. Last weekend, I attended a church rededication of Emmanuel Baptist Discipleship Center in High Rock. This church was completely destroyed by Hurricane Dorian. And I mean completely destroyed by Hurricane Dorian. They have rebuilt their church bigger and better than before. They celebrated, get this, their 184th anniversary in their brand new church. The story does not end there. Pastor Israel and Lady Pinder took on the pastorship of this church only 4 months before Dorian. So he was a new pastor when he experienced Dorian and lost the church. Talk about baptized by fire. Secondly, and tragically, he lost 2 of his sisters and several of his nieces and nephews during Hurricane Dorian. He spoke about walking for miles after the storm to reach his family home. And all he found when he got to the spot where his family home was the foundation. They were all, who were in that house, they were all lost to Hurricane Dorian. But while he was rebuilding his church, having lost his family members, while he was rebuilding his church, he renovated the building on the side of the church just to have services. But at the same time he was renovating on the side of the church, he was also responsible for Samaritan Purse's rebuilding roofs in East Grand Bahama. He said during the service, as he fought back the tears, he said, despite everything that he has gone through, he has never lost his faith. And Madam Speaker, those are the kinds of people who inspire me and who inspire us all to continue to fight for them and to fight for their betterment. On this side, we support this important piece of legislation. We join with the government to make this step to modernize the way we deal with mental issues. The former Minister of Health made significant contributions to what we are doing here today. So it is a joint effort. Our administration took the process to a point, as I am told, creating a draft legislation. So some sow, others reap. Governments are continuous. Madam Speaker, as a member of Parliament, I have come across mental issues on multiple occasions, especially after COVID and after Dorian. One of the most recent was a family in my constituency who are dealing with real issues of having a family member on mental or having mental issues. So it is hoped that the passing of this legislation will bring positive change to them. Let me also commend Dr. Daphne Sands, who is a constituent of East Grand Bahama and who is the doctor in charge of the psychiatric department in Grand Bahama. They have a very active community service. Also, they go throughout the communities, from West End to East End. They go throughout the communities, visiting those patients who have mental health issues, ensuring that they are able to take their medication. And so I want to commend them for their service to this country and their service to the patients. I'm also advised that there has been also an increase in mental issues or mental illness with our children, particularly after Dorian and after COVID. So we must ensure that this also is addressed. Persons in the industry has also called, and this is something that the member for Fox Hill has said, has also called for a day facility in Grand Bahama, similar to the Community Counseling and Assessment Center in New Providence. Honourable Speaker, the world continues to watch in amazement at the stunning and spectacular fall of FTX, causing many in the financial area stress and anxiety as we talk about mental health. While the Bahamas Securities Commission investigation and bankruptcy is proceeding, I will make no reference to the FTX specific situation. The White House, Bloomberg, Forbes, Financial Times, CNBC, Wall Street Journal, really all are talking about this fall. But more importantly, they are talking about the Bahamas. All of them are in the Bahamas. Even the S&P in their most recent report on the Bahamas released yesterday stated, and I quote, "The Bahamas has a sizable financial sector. The local economy benefited from the activities of a digital exchange over the past year. But this sector may face setbacks as the FTX, a digital asset exchange headquartered in the Bahamas, recently filed for bankruptcy." As an aside, we are also very concerned that while we maintain, according to the S&P, while we maintain a stable outlook, S&P has slashed its economic growth forecast for the Bahamas to a mere 1% for next year, 2023. They say prepare for possible headwinds. It has also been said in their report, the rapid increase in debt over the past few years means the Bahamas' previous fiscal consolidation plans will likely be insufficient to meet the country's debt targets without material new revenues, significant cost cutting, or economic growth, well above historic averages. They go further. The government has announced its intention to collect revenue of 25% of GDP, while shrinking expenses and capital spending of 20% and 3.5% of GDP, respectively, by fiscal 2025-2026. This would result in a fiscal surplus. However, we believe the government's goals will be hard to achieve absent, their words, new taxes or material spending cuts. In other words, relying on tourism recovery alone and attempting to collect unrecovered revenue is not sufficient. We have been calling for the government to sacrifice and cut back on discretionary spending, but they seem to just not get it. By the way, you are also late again on your 2022 fiscal strategy report, which should have been submitted to Parliament on the third Wednesday of November. This is required by law. Madam Speaker, our entire financial services industry reputation is under attack. I recently watched an interview with the former SEC chair. Former SEC chair. Not some rinky-dink person, but the former SEC chair. He suggested offshore financial jurisdictions like the Bahamas are not well regulated. Now, I know that is not true. What is important and worrisome is that he did not make the distinction between crypto and traditional financial services or investment. The Prime Minister suggested that we act in the interest of patriotism. On this point, he is right. This is precisely why I make these comments. The Bahamas is under attack. We are a well-regulated and experienced jurisdiction with the best talent in the world and in the interest of our country. And in the interest of our country, we must act to protect our industry. We are not saying enough to protect our industry. We are not saying enough about the overall direction of regulation in the crypto space. If we say we are leaders, then we should lead. Where are our experts speaking positively about the Bahamas, our laws, and our future? Where is the communication strategy? Have we engaged an international PR firm to help combat what is being said about us internationally? It's fine that we in the Bahamas and we speak about how wonderful we are in the Bahamas, and it's fine that we pound our hands on our desk and we say what a wonderful place it is to live in the Bahamas. But there are real people out there in the international community who are saying the Bahamas is not a well-regulated place and do not invest in the Bahamas. Why hasn't the government met with the opposition? And more importantly, why hasn't the government met with industry to manage the international message?
That was on your invitation.
On a non-partisan way. Madam Speaker, this issue is that big.
Be surprised you didn't.
This issue is that big. Any forum, any place in the world, the Bahamas investment climate is mentioned, we will have to address FTX. In any place in the world now. In times of crisis, our voice should be heard in defense of our jurisdiction and the direction regulation should take and the direction the industry should take and the role the Bahamas should play. If we do not tell our story, others will. And this should be something that we meet with industry. So I call upon the government to immediately meet with industry, involve the opposition, and we also bring in international PR experts who are able to manage this process and who are able to work with individuals in the Bahamas to be able to combat that negative message that is being put out there on us. Madam Speaker, I am also, and I will not be able to get to this, but Madam Speaker, mental health for Bahamians also is being stressed and caused anxiety by the amount of their electricity bills. There is confusion, Madam Speaker, that has been left in this House and confusion that has been left in the public. Madam Speaker, the member for Fort Charlotte has made certain statements about the Minister for Finance, the Minister for Finance has made certain statements. Those statements conflict. They are in opposition to each other. And so it is incumbent upon the government. Madam Speaker, if I could have just 2 minutes to complete my thought. Madam Speaker, if I could have just 2 minutes to complete my thought. Madam Speaker, they are in conflict of each other. 1 minute. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll complete in 1 minute. They are in conflict with each other. And Madam Speaker, they lack accountability. I didn't know. It wasn't me. Nobody told me. Ultimately, somebody made the decision. And that decision has disastrous consequences. Quite frankly, it is frightening that a decision of such magnitude is made it is not made by the Prime Minister and not made by the Cabinet. So, Madam Speaker, it was in this House, as I said, that conflicting reports were made. And, Madam Speaker, finally, as I take my seat, we also must remember the Bermuda Triangle. The government's statements have only left more questions than answers. The public has not forgotten. Nor will they forget. The government has still failed to account to the Bahamian people on how much money was spent on a political
The chair recognizes the honourable member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
Madam Speaker, whilst this side does not question you providing the latitude for the members opposite, but the members must stay focused and must stay relevant to the subject we're discussing. Madam Speaker, I thought the example exhibited this morning where the women stayed focused and they stayed relevant. Now, we're not going to question your decisions, Madam Speaker, but we ask members to stay relevant. We ask members to stay relevant.
Thank you.
The additional time. And you were quite right, I believe, in your decision, because the member for Fox Hill took a long period of time to speak about the history of the PLP. So, Madam Speaker, I thank you for the additional time and say to the government, the people still want answers. Do not be arrogant. Answer the people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honourable member. As many, the chair recognizes the honourable member for Marathon.
Good afternoon. I rise on behalf of the great constituency of Marathon. And Madam Speaker, I won't be long. I know that everybody had a long day, so I'll remain relevant. And I'm not going to say as I end 3 times. I would say that only once. But before getting into the debate, I would be brief. First of all, Madam Speaker, on the 30th of October, Greater Bethel Cathedral, it's okay? Okay. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank Bishop Christopher Minnis. I didn't have an opportunity to publicly thank him. On the 30th of October, his church would have granted me an award, along with many other persons from different spheres of the community, one for their contribution to the church in general, not to his church, but to the kingdom of God in general, and to the social work that I do in the community. I would like to say thank you to Bishop Christopher Minnis. It's good to be celebrated when you are alive, because so many times we celebrate people and we tell them how much we love them when they're dead. And they can't even hear. Posthumously. Madam Speaker, I would also like to thank the marathon constituents who would have taken part on November 5th in our health fair. It was awesome. It was well attended. And I thank God also for the doctors, Dr. Sherlyn Dorsett, Dr. Yvette Carter, Dr. Nijia Maki. They took their time out. And we was there from 7 to 3, and persons came in and out. And I would say that sometimes we do things in the community, and we may think that it's minute, but it means a lot to a lot of people. There were 2 persons who actually came on 2 different occasions. One in particular, after she was given her vitals and everything, she started to have heart palpitation. We had to call, the ambulance came, they had to give her drips, and she was telling us how she lived by herself and she wasn't gonna come, but because she heard the music, she came there. And of course, she ended up in the hospital, but she's well now. And I certainly thank God for that, because you know, the Bible talks about, even if you save just one, that's good. So that's a life saved. And also I would like the constituents of Marathon to know that we have new phone numbers now, not 1, but 2. And the new numbers are 605-2042, 605-2043. So you can ring both of them at the same time. And certainly next week, there will be a door-to-door distribution, starting for our Christmas distribution. So residents can be looking forward to seeing myself along with my team. We'll be giving out vouchers, door-to-door, like we always do. Of course, you know, I don't forget you. Yes, this is my constituent. And certainly last night, Madam Speaker, I was excited for the past, I would say, 7 days, thanks to the Minister of Works for Port Charlotte, the representative. BPL was out there in full force. I mean, it looks like Christmas in Marathon. So I went out there last night, I drive around, it's light up everywhere. So I'm so grateful for that. And the constituents are happy. And so, Madam Speaker, without further delay, I would get straight to the debate because I promise not to be long. I am pleased to contribute in support of this timely debate in this honorable House, and certainly speaking on behalf of the Ministry of Social Service and Urban Development and the role of the Department of Social Services in the administration of care of persons with mental illnesses. Certainly, I wish to congratulate the Honorable Member for Tall Pines, the Honorable Michael Darville, on his work in bringing this bill to the floor of the House, which to my mind is an extraordinary feat. Madam Speaker, the topic of mental health is extremely important, and it covers more than just disorders. I also wish to recognize the excellent work by our health professionals and mental health advocates. Many of our parliamentarians and citizens from right across society is starting to ensure that mental health is at last right at the top of the government's agenda. Bearing in mind just how much the picture has changed in recent years, it seems how incomprehensible that the Mental Health Act has remained unchanged since it was enacted, which was certainly before I was born. And I am definitely not one of the younger members in the House. Madam Speaker, I wish to highlight mental health resulting from disasters. Why I point to disasters? Because the minister and myself, we would have traveled, of course, to Abaco and to Grand Bahama, and this was some months now. And speaking with persons who were faced with it, my heart was touched. It was devastating to know that persons literally still living in a church because their home blew away. Some of their families, everybody's gone, everybody's dead, their vehicles gone. And so when you think of it, we may have offered them shelter, we may have offered them food, but who offers them psychological or counseling help? Since our independence in 1973, the country has experienced hurricanes in the double digits. And of course, the last being Hurricane Dorian that devastated the islands of Grand Bahama and Abaco. Madam Speaker, a person experiencing mental health problems is impacted in several ways. How do they think? How do they feel? How do they act? And as well, mental illnesses can adversely impact other areas of our lives. We've seen families split. We've seen divorces. We've seen friendships. We've seen people lost their jobs. Some actually quit their jobs and didn't know they quit their jobs. Madam Speaker, it is important to talk about mental health because it is a crucial part of our overall health. But often it is a hush topic of discussion because there is often a stigma attached to mental illness. The stigma associated with mental illness often prevents people from seeking help. Nobody wants to be called crazy. Nobody wants to be told that they've lost their mind, which further isolates them and causes their condition to worsen. I am so pleased that this Honorable House has seen it to be an important area to address. And there is no better time to address this than now. More importantly, the proposals in this bill are really important and profoundly important to so many of our very own constituents, primarily because mental health provisions has long been an issue in our country. I have seen firsthand how mental health issues affect friends and family members, and I've seen lives destroyed. Each life lost is just too many for me. That's why I will continue to do as much as I can in my role as a member of Parliament to shine a light on this key issue and help campaign for improved services, treatment, and support. Madam Speaker, disasters are large-scale events that are often unexpected, and like I said before, it can cause death, trauma, and destruction of property. Exposures to disasters has been associated with a variety of mental health consequences. Although many persons cope well in the face of disaster, many experience psychological impairment, and some may even have a mental breakdown. Madam Speaker, post-traumatic stress disorder, known as PTSD, is a reality for persons who have particularly experienced the strike of hurricanes. It is a mental illness that occurs as a result of exposure to traumatic events and characterized by individuals who think of the fear of re-experiencing this trauma again. Grand Bahama and Abaco knows this all so well. Madam Speaker, I also focus attention on major depressive disorder. These are the persons that I come in contact with most every day due to the nature of my job. Persons who are faced with homelessness, hunger, and who rely on welfare are normally faced with MDD, major depressive disorder. Some of their symptoms usually include they're sad, their loss of pleasure or interest in things they once enjoyed, combined with other sleep symptoms that many of us in here should be aware of. Change in sleep habits, difficulty concentrating, and get so irritable very quickly. Daily, many Bahamians are faced with these and similar symptoms, which could result from a number of situations. Correct. All of us, eh? The good thing is you would have to be diagnosed. You cannot diagnose yourself. Madam Speaker, persons who are also plagued with domestic violence or being a victim of domestic violence and financial issues may also face this. Just 2 weeks ago, I was awakened out of my sleep by Predessa Moore. She is one of the NGOs who assist females who are faced with domestic violence, those who are homeless. And she had another female on the line, and she was screaming out for help, and this was in the Grove area. And to my mind, I'm thinking, what am I going to do? And I can't tell I'm not going to help. You know, I called around for help. I called the police, but the female insisted that she wanted me to be there. So I went to the Church of the Nazarene. I picked up a colleague. I went to the Church of the Nazarene, parked in front of the church, called the police from the Grove Police Station. We sat there with the lady, and she was saying that how her boyfriend beat her. She wanted to get her keys and her clothes and all of that. We went to the house. She was left unharmed. We moved her into a facility where she is now staying. So I put it as she's safe. And I also want to thank Bishop Hanchel, because at the time, social services, we didn't have any available facilities. And he assisted in finding a facility to host this female. Madam Speaker, the mental health bill is very comprehensive, and it truly addresses the plight of our citizens experiencing mental illnesses. Part 3 on the rights and protection of persons with mental illnesses aligns mental health on the same level of importance attributed with persons with physical illnesses. This act is very important to pass as it levels the playing field for all those seeking the social safety net provided by the government. Madam Speaker, I would point your attention to Part 4 of the bill, which speaks to the capacity to make decisions and representation for persons with mental illnesses. This provision names the Director of Social Services as a suitable person to represent persons other than a child and to protect a child in the absence of a parent or any other person. Madam Speaker, another important reason to pass this act is to ensure that no Bahamian is left behind. The Department of Social Services seeks to ensure that all children in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas have the benefit of a safe environment, and this act is important to pass to protect the rights of children faced with mental illnesses. Madam Speaker, Part 5 of the bill is also an important provision. It speaks to the diagnosis, admission, care, and treatment of persons with mental illnesses and ensuring representation under court order by others and the Director of Social Services. This allows for fair representation of persons experiencing mental health issues. They too have a voice. Madam Speaker, Part 9 of the Mental Health Review Tribunal recognizes the importance of the role of a social worker in the care of persons facing mental issues, and as such, makes this a very important piece of legislation. This provision, however, recognizes social services or a representative from social services as a source of consideration to sit on the tribunal. Madam Speaker, mental illness is no respecter of persons. It is common, widespread, and certainly can affect anyone. It is believed that at least 1 out of 4 persons live with some sort of mental disorder. It is also believed that the statistics are similar for children and adolescents. Some of the more common mental illnesses in the Bahamas include anxiety disorders stemming from depression, resulting from recent social changes faced by hurricanes, COVID-19, and our shrinking economy. This act is important to pass, and many Bahamians, I'm sure, will be well served by its introduction. Madam Speaker, my fellow Bahamian researchers have identified the signs and symptoms that most common to mental illnesses. And of course, my colleagues, I don't think they want me to talk about it because they said that even some of these symptoms are familiar with some of us, the parliamentarians. But I'm sure they said as a joke. Some of the early signs I was shocked too. Some of the early signs: eating or sleeping too much. This is in research. Or too little. Fighting with friends and family. Feeling hopeless. None of us feel hopeless here. Feeling sad or irritable for very long periods. Therefore, this act is very important. Madam Speaker, it has been my experience during my years working in frontline policing as a police officer and in urban renewal specifically, and now as a Minister of State for Urban Development, we are often the first point of contact with many people having thoughts of suicide, feeling hopeless, feeling trapped, emotional pain or despair, and struggling from day to day. And my question is always, what do we do next? Madam Speaker, our teams of dedicated workers will continue to work with community leaders to educate individuals and families about mental health, increasing awareness of mental health issues, and making it easier for people to seek help. We believe that the community connectedness and support, like that found in our urban areas and our neighborhood, are also important to the long-term recovery of people living with mental illnesses. Madam Speaker, and I end. I told you I would say the word end once. The legislation can change our practices and in turn, our attitudes on how we care for those who need it the most. I am delighted that the bill has been introduced and I give it my whole heart support. So now I say again that I am. The people of Marathon and I support this bill to make provision for the promotion, protection, and enforcement of the rights of persons diagnosed with or exhibiting symptoms of mental illness. Madam Speaker, I thank you so much, and I thank my colleagues. You know, when they're able to laugh, that's good. Then you know mental illness is not here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Elizabeth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's an honor and a privilege to rise in this House on behalf of the good people of Elizabeth constituency. As I've said on numerous occasions, I made the decision to enter politics to serve and to help Bahamians as much as I can. By way of an update, Madam Speaker, our Elizabeth Cleanup campaign continues throughout the constituency, as I believe that a clean environment assists in not only supporting the physical health of the individual, but also their mental wellness. At my constituency office, Madam Speaker, we continue to aid job seekers in gaining employment. I'm proud to boast that thanks to the hard work of my team, thus far, we have maintained a good success rate in the constituency. Studies show that a lack of employment affects both physical and mental health. On the mental health side, the loss of a job can cause a lack of confidence, low self-esteem, and depression. As a cabinet minister and member of parliament, I believe that providing opportunities for economic growth is important for creating jobs to maintain the health and wellness of our people. On a celebratory note, Madam Speaker, a little over a week ago, I was humbled to present the petition for admission to the Bahamas Bar of one of my constituents, Davon Roll, as counsel and attorney. At the Eugene DePuch Law School, Davon's performance was exceptional. He is a recipient of the Wayne Monroe Prize for Best Performing Student in Criminal Practice and Procedure, the Joseph B. Lewis Prize for Best Performing Male Student, and the Tara Xavier Hepburn Memorial Prize for the student who achieved passing grades over the 2 years of study and is involved in extracurricular activities. He exemplifies community spirit and displays leadership. I publicly congratulate Davon for his outstanding achievement and wish him well. Madam Speaker, as I rise to contribute to support this bill, the Mental Health Bill 2022, I'm reminded that last month, on the 10th of October, the world observed Mental Health Day. The overall objective of Mental Health Day is to raise awareness of mental health issues and to mobilize efforts in support of mental health. The theme of this year's observance, Madam Speaker, was making mental health and well-being for all a global priority. According to the World Health Organization, the COVID-19 pandemic has created a global crisis for mental health. Estimates put the rise in both anxiety and depressive disorders at more than 25% during the first year of the pandemic. During the global observance of Mental Health Day, an important point was made that the stigma of mental illness continues to prevent people from reaching out and getting the help that they need, even from their own families. Therefore, the theme and focus of my contribution to this bill is ending the stigma of mental illness. Madam Speaker, I wish to publicly thank my colleague, Cabinet Minister, the Honorable Dr. Michael Darville, and his hard-working team at the Ministry of Health and Wellness for their efforts in drafting and advancing this piece of legislation. Let me also add, Madam Speaker, that our Prime Minister, the Member of Parliament for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, was deliberate in revamping the Ministry of Health to include wellness at a cabinet level. Wellness is a holistic approach to health that includes more than our physical being and a balanced lifestyle. It encompasses emotional, social, and mental well-being. Therefore, promoting health and wellness go hand in hand. Madam Speaker, Dr. Perry Gomez, a former Minister of Health and Member of Parliament for North Andros and the Berry Islands, once stated, and I quote, "The importance of good mental health in any society needs no explanation or justification," end quote. Good mental health is important to our development as a country and as a people, Madam Speaker. This fundamental principle is the primary reason why we are bringing this bill to Parliament. Our women and men, especially our young men, must understand and know that it is all right to have feelings of vulnerability and to seek help. This bill, Madam Speaker, goes a long way in creating an environment and culture that will end the stigma of mental illness. Madam Speaker, I can publicly admit that I did not always view mental health as a serious national concern or a priority issue for policymakers. To be honest and candid, my view on and attitude towards mental health changed in 2015, some 7 years ago. I don't know if the honorable members can recall, Madam Speaker, but in March 2015, our nation was perplexed by the news of a young mother driving her car overboard at Potter's Key Dock with her 2 young daughters inside. If my memory serves correct, Madam Speaker, both girls were under the age of 9. I recall watching the news and being numb as footage was shown of the vehicle being pulled from the water. In the days after, Madam Speaker, there was a deep public sadness, and many questioned how such an event could have happened. I asked at the time, how was it possible for a university graduate with a degree in social work to commit suicide? But then I later learned that the mother had a history of traumatic experiences that included losing her mother at a very early age and having been shot before. This tragic event, Madam Speaker, made me realize that promoting mental well-being is a national obligation and that the laws of the country relating to mental health required updating. Madam Speaker, it is no secret that mental health conditions are subject to negative judgments. Many patients not only have to cope with the effects of their illness, but also suffer from social exclusions and prejudices. Stigma, Madam Speaker, not only directly affects individuals with mental illness, but also loved ones who support them, often including their family members. As a society, we continue to shame or blame the victims of mental illness. We use adjectives such as crazy, psycho, and lunatic to describe persons with mental health challenges. This practice or behavior, Madam Speaker, is wrong. When we greet the victims of mental illness with ridicule or embarrassment, we prevent those persons from seeking help. The sad irony of it all, Madam Speaker, is that many mental health illnesses can be treated, controlled, or eliminated with therapy. Therefore, the tabling of this legislation is critical to ending the stigma of mental illness. Madam Speaker, two of the biggest factors that contribute to the stigma surrounding mental illness are discrimination and misinformation about mental health conditions and those who suffer from them. Two important objectives of this bill are expressed in Article 4, and it clearly states to protect the human rights and dignity of each person diagnosed with or exhibiting symptoms of a mental illness, whether assessed for mental health care and treatment or not, in accordance with the purpose and principles of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and to remove discrimination against each person diagnosed with or exhibiting symptoms of a mental illness. These two provisions, Madam Speaker, go a long way in preserving and protecting the dignity of persons with mental health conditions. By protecting persons from discrimination, we are taking concrete steps to end the stigma of mental illness. There are different types of mental illness, however. As we discuss this important piece of legislation, I wish to use this opportunity to shed light on a very serious national concern: the number of suicide incidents in the Bahamas. To assist in ensuring clarity and the accuracy of information on this matter, I reached out to the Royal Bahamas Police Force and have compiled some of the information provided in a chart format. I wish to clearly state, Madam Speaker, that the statistics I will share are based on reported suicide incidents in the Bahamas from the period of January 2018 to October 2022. This first chart relates to the number of suicide incidents in the Bahamas by year. In 2018, 11 suicide incidents was recorded in the Bahamas. In 2019, there were 8 suicide incidents. In 2020, there was 11 suicide incidents reported. In 2021, there were 7 suicide incidents reported, a decline of 4 incidents in comparison to 2020. And so far for 2022, there are 7 reported suicide incidents. The second chart pertains to the number of suicide incidents by gender. Of the 11 suicide incidents recorded in 2018, 8 were males and 3 were females. Of the 8 suicide incidents reported in 2019, 7 were males and 1 was a female. In 2020, of the 11 suicide incidents, 10 were males and 1 was a female. In 2021, all the 7 suicide incidents involved males. And so far, for 2022, of the 7 suicide incidents reported, 6 were males and 1 was a female. The third chart focuses on the percentages of males to females in relation to suicide incidents over the past 5 years. Of the reported 43 suicide incidents during the years 2018 to 2022, 35 or 81% of the suicide incidents involved males, and 8 or 19% involved females. Thank you. Going a bit deeper, Madam Speaker, I wish to also share the following observations from an analysis of the suicide incidents from 2018 to 2022. 28 or 65% of the reported suicide incidents occurred on the island of New Providence. 25 or 58% of the suicide incidents involved individuals under the age of 50. Females in the reported suicide incidents were under the age of 66, with several leaving behind children. A 13-year-old male was the youngest reported suicide incident. 28 or 65% of the suicide incidents were recorded in the months of March, April, May, September, and December. The month of May reported the highest prevalence of suicide, and of the 39 reported attempted suicide incidents in 2021, 17 or 43% involve individuals within the age range of 18 to 30. Madam Speaker, I share these statistics because I believe that as policymakers, we have a fundamental obligation to address issues that impact our communities. I also believe that we must be guided by the data that has been collected by government agencies and credible civic organizations. The preponderance of statistics, Madam Speaker, clearly show that most suicide deaths involved men. The disparity is alarming and suggests that greater research is required as to the reasons why. Perhaps the disparity is due to the observation that women are more willing to share their problems while men tend to bottle them up. As a society, for generations, we have encouraged men to be strong and not to admit they're struggling. We must, Madam Speaker, put an end to that practice. Considering the young persons under the age of 31 account for the largest category of attempted suicides in 2021, we must ask ourselves, Madam Speaker, is there more that can be done? However, I believe that this bill is a tremendous step in the right direction. The statistics paint a revealing and concerning picture for our society. The tabling and the passage of this bill will be instrumental in ending the stigma of mental illness and tackling some of the reasons behind the suicide incidents in our country. Here are 5 aspects, Madam Speaker, of how this bill will help. Integrating mental health care and treatment into general health care services at all levels of care. Mandating the ministers of education and labor to ensure that all plans, designs, and programs established by the Minister of Health and Wellness are implemented in the education and labor sectors. Mandating the Ministry of Health and Wellness to cover the transportation costs for a person to seek mental health care and treatment outside of their settlement or district if no treatment facility is available. Enshrining the right to be discriminated against in accessing mental health services, and establishing a mental health review tribunal consisting of 5 members with clearly defined roles and responsibilities. Madam Speaker, as I have indicated early in my presentation, good mental health is a priority for this administration. We have not been about talk, Madam Speaker. We have been about action. I wish to now share 7 steps which we have taken to promote and encourage mental wellness. We have revamped the Ministry of Health to include wellness as a strategic and critical focus. We have brought the Mental Health Bill to Parliament to repeal and replace the current 52-year-old Mental Health Act of 1969. We've increased the allocation to the Public Hospitals Authority, which encompasses the operations of the Sandlands Rehabilitation Center from $223 million to over $232 million. We've allocated $2.5 million for the Health and Wellness Program. We've maintained budget support for organizations like the Bahamas Crisis Center to assist women, men, and children who are facing domestic violence, abuse, or any situation of crisis. We've maintained budget support for the Stapleton School under the Ministry of Education, Technical, and Vocational Training, and we've allocated over $100,000 for the National Anti-Drug Plan under the Ministry of National Security. This bill, the Mental Health Bill 2022, is important and a step in the right direction towards ending the stigma of mental illness and tackling the incidence of suicides in our country. As I began my contribution, I outlined some of the small steps I've been taking as Member of Parliament for Elizabeth to provide support to my constituents on a holistic level. I have come to realize, Madam Speaker, the simple interaction, allowing persons the opportunity to simply unload their concerns and providing a safe space is providing a form of mental health support. I'm aware, Madam Speaker, that I can only do so much at a community level. It is for this reason I support the Mental Health Bill 2022, which will enhance the access to mental health support, not only to my constituents, but to the nation. As I take my seat, I note that on November 15th, the male behind the most recent suicide incident would have celebrated his 17th birthday. I think of that young boy and his lost potential to be a great builder of our country. I also remember the 25-year-old mother who was found hanging from the ceiling at a hotel early in this year. I think of her young son, who must grow up without his mother. We must end the stigma of mental illness in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Kalani.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have quite a bit of backup documents that I would gladly table at the end to support whatever I present here today. But I want to congratulate the government on the excellent job they've done this morning in terms of the joint session. I think it was fitting that we honor and respect and thank our women for the amount of work they've done and where they've helped bring this country forward. And I think our women need to be congratulated and told. But Madam Speaker, I was somewhat disappointed on the day that we're celebrating women. The Ministry of Agriculture was sending out letters dismissing women. And these are single mothers who have contract for some length of time, and single mothers, some with 2 children, 3 children at a time, Christmas time. And Madam Speaker, that hits me hard because I myself, coming from single parent, I understand what it's like, and I think government should look at that again to protect our women.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Central and South Healdsburg.
The member read documents referring to letting women.
Oh, I don't speak without documents, yeah.
Good, good.
All right. It applies not only to you, but applies straight across the board. I think we must show respect for our women. I have the facts on yours. So,
facts and insinuation is 2 different.
no, I have facts on yours.
So you saying we firing people because they're women?
What you saying?
You saying that we letting people go because they're women?
No. You misinterpret me. What
I'm saying what you're saying.
No. I don't want to run back and forth on that. Madam Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the good people of Kalani. And before us is an important piece of legislation updating our mental health laws. Madam Speaker, there's growing awareness in our country of the seriousness and complexity of mental illness. Just as there is a broad range of physical illness from cold to cancer, there's a broad range of mental health challenges and conditions. And mental health affects all families. We know the role of stress and anxiety in human health. We also know of the benefits of proper sleep, meditation practices, food, and nutrition, and a good social life and friendships on mental health and well-being. And Madam Speaker, I can refer to the study by Lai et al. In 2014, Dinan et al. In 2018, and LaSalle et al. In 2018, which would confirm the importance of food and eating and its effect on mental health. There are many mental health conditions people face, and some have inherited components. Some are as a result of environmental conditions or injury, and some will even be as a result of what we're seeing with the meltdown of FTX. In many instances, Madam Speaker, the medical and scientific communities are still assessing the root causes of various problems. And those suffering from mental health issues need professional medical assistance similar to those dealing with medical issues, ranging from diabetes, hypertension, and heart diseases. It is wrong to say they should get over it, or they should just deal with it. It's absolutely wrong. Talk therapy, and if necessary, pharmaceutical interventions could help those afflicted to live productive lives, keeping a condition in check. It is important, Madam Speaker, that those suffering from mental health issues seek qualified help. It is important that the loved ones of those with mental health issues encourage and support them in seeking qualified help. We know, Madam Speaker, that many people suffer from various forms of depression, internal and external types of depression. They do not have to struggle alone. The bill before us is detailed and comprehensive. I congratulate the minister. Overall, Madam Speaker, it seeks to make provision for the protection and enforcement of the rights of people diagnosed with or exhibiting symptoms of mental illnesses, and for the establishment of a mental health service board and a mental health review tribunal. The bill covers the capacity of people with mental illness to make decisions and at the same time be represented. It sets out the parameters for determining when a person diagnosed with or exhibiting symptoms of mental illness lacks capacity to make health care and treatment decisions for him or herself. It also sets out the conditions under which a person may make an advance directive, setting out his will and preference for future mental health care and treatment. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the bill makes provisions for the appointment of or declaration of nominated and other representatives to make decisions for those without mental capacity. Additional provisions make for the appointment of a nominated and other representative to make decisions for children. Those are just a few of the comprehensive provisions under this proposed legislation, intended to help strengthen the rights and protections of those suffering from mental health problems. Madam Speaker, while I support this bill, the government must also continue to provide the necessary capital and staff funding to ensure mental health facilities and trained staff are available to help Bahamians across our archipelago. Those suffering from mental health problems will not have their lives improved by this bill if the personnel and facilities are not there to assist them. And this is especially an issue in our family islands, as the bulk of our capacity in the healthcare sector is here in New Providence. Legislation, Madam Speaker, along with resources and manpower, are needed to improve the provision of mental health services across the Commonwealth. Additionally, this is a detailed piece of legislation with numerous parts. After enactment, the government should ensure there is a robust public educational campaign to help families and mental health care professionals understand the new provisions. The new law will only be useful if the people who need it and those in the profession properly understand its parts, its responsibilities, and its powers. Madam Speaker, the mental health and well-being of a child is affected by things like proper sleep, exercise, and proper nutrition. We also know that brain development in children requires good and proper nutrition. And many children in our society go to school each day hungry, Madam Speaker. Inflation is having a great impact on our society. And the Brave Davis inflation on top of the national or international inflation is even making this even worse. Madam Speaker, Bahamians are stressed. They are stressed out because of the high cost of electricity and the electricity costs to increase by an additional 160% our fuel cost. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister said he had never seen the cabinet paper and he was not aware. But Madam Speaker, the question is, did the authority in the Ministry of Finance, the Financial Secretary, usurped the constitutional power and the constitutional responsibility of the Minister of Finance, the Prime Minister? Or did the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, relegate his responsibility to the FS, and under the Constitution, he cannot do that? And Madam Speaker, that is why I've said repeatedly that the Prime Minister or the Minister of Finance need to remain at his desk and deal with matters which are important. Madam Speaker, so I ask the question to the Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, what would he do? What is he going to do? Whether his powers were usurped or whether unconstitutionally he delegated his powers to the FS, which cannot be done. The Prime Minister must deal with that matter, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Bahamians are stressed because of the additional cost on top of the inflation, the 10% additional cost VAT on bread basket item. Madam Speaker, everybody know my favorite dish is corned beef, but the price doubled on me. The price doubled.
You can't afford it?
But,
You can't afford it?
but the price for caviar went down. I don't want caviar, Madam Speaker. I want my corned beef. Madam Speaker.
You all made it duty free though.
Bahamians are stressed. They are stressed out with the increased cost in medicine, the additional 10% VAT that they did not have to pay, in addition to the inflation that they experienced. And Bahamians are making choices today in a stressful manner, which is most important, medication or food. And they are taking their food. Madam Speaker, Bahamians are stressed out because of the increase, in some instances 200, 300% of real property tax on their property, which is then added to the mortgage, and individuals who were happy knowing that they've only had 1 year of mortgage left are now told with the addition they may have 4 or 5 years left and an increased mortgage rate. Madam Speaker, even my heart hurts to know that they are stressed. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. I want to repeat. Many children go to school each day hungry. Their parents do not have the money to provide them with enough to eat or enough of certain foods. Their school lunch programs to help those most in need. However, so much more is necessary for so many more children. During the last election, the FNM proposed a universal school meals program. I call on the government, in the interest of social justice, equity, and the physical and mental health of our children and youth, to consider the creation of this universal school program. This program, Madam Speaker, would build on the existing meals program. This program would provide nutritionally balanced, free breakfast, lunch, and snacks to all school children in the government-operated education system, regardless of family income. And this program would also provide after-school educational supervision to help with their homeworks and, most of all, sports, which is important for mental health. Exercise, Madam Speaker. It would be available to every child in the government-operated school system throughout the country. It would be universal, so there would be no stigma attached to any child getting food, and the program would be optional. A universal program should significantly draw on Bahamian food products, including fish, poultry meats, and Bahamian-grown fruits and vegetables. Such a program could help grow our agriculture and fishery sectors, while also providing nutrition to all children in the government-operated school systems free of charge. We need to help our children develop better eating habits, drawing on more organic and locally grown foods from the Bahamas. And this new program, Madam Speaker, would be an investment in our children, an investment in their mental health, and an investment in their future. We want to make sure that we lessen the burden on hard-working families and help children focus on learning and not on where they will get their next meal. Hunger and insufficient nutrition affects a child's ability to concentrate and ability to learn. Better health and nutrition allow children to learn and to perform better. A universal school program would relieve parents of having to budget for lunch. It would represent a significant savings for homes with more than one child. Madam Speaker, this would be a significant contribution to eliminating childhood hunger and childhood obesity. It will also improve brain development and the mental well-being of our children and, most importantly, our grandchildren. Madam Speaker, while this legislation will help update how we assist those who suffer from mental illness, this administration must also do more to help prevent crime, which is causing mental stress and difficulties in our country. I also note that some crimes are committed because of mental health issues. And while Prime Minister was seeing the sights in Egypt and dancing, the killings continued here in the Bahamas. By the media's count, there have been nearly 120 murders thus far this year. And sadly, with 6 weeks left in the year and the current pace of violence, it is possible that there will be a further murder record on this Prime Minister's watch. This level of violence and killing leaves family members and friends in grief and anguish, and most importantly, Madam Speaker, they are stressed out. The mental health problems caused by this violence and the breakdown of order, especially in New Providence, is not adequately discussed. Madam Speaker, order and law seems to be going out of the box. What happened to the investigation on the member for Elizabeth? She was accused of an assault on a police officer. Now the Prime Minister said he will have the best investigative team dealing with FTX. For God's sake, I hope it's not the same investigative team. Are we in trouble? Madam Speaker, the member for Elizabeth had also broken the law in terms of issuing over 600 plates, but we do nothing. Madam Speaker, that in itself caused stress and caused internal conflicts. Madam Speaker, it caused internal conflicts because individuals do not know whether or not they should proceed, whether they would be treated as the government member is treated, or they would be treated differently and subsequently have the law applied to them. Madam Speaker, they are not even following the procurement bill. Again, stress. There's also trauma, Madam Speaker, when men, women, and children witness shootings, stabbings, choppings, and other forms of violence that are too common on New Providence. The Prime Minister has failed to come up with a crime plan that helps to improve the situation. Instead, he jets off whenever he can, avoiding the responsibilities of his office, and that's why we are in this problem with BPL, because he said he did not see it, and his power was usurped or delegated. And he must answer which one happened and what would he do. Now, Madam Speaker, that he and the out-of-control press secretary and their traveling companions are seen Egypt, we might imagine they are busy planning their next overseas trip paid for by us, the taxpayers. Meanwhile, the chaos continues on the streets here at home. On the campaign trail, the member for Cat Island talked about how wonderful his new day would be. The new day, the Bahamian people, I don't want no chorus today. The new day the Bahamian people were promised has turned into a horrible nightmare.
I believe that.
Madam Speaker, I thank the many mental health care professionals who dedicated their lives to the well-being of others. I support this legislation to improve our national capacity to better respond to the mental health needs of our people. And Madam Speaker, as I end my substantive contribution to the debate on mental health, on this Mental Health Bill 2022, it is necessary for me to say a few very brief words on a matter of national importance. The collapse of FTX is news around the world. Questions are being asked at home.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for West Cranbrook and Bimini.
Member is aware that if the member is aware of a matter sub judice, it is not to be discussed in here. You know full well, if that were not so,
members,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. You fully understand the rules. Madam former Prime Minister fully understands the rules. And do not violate the rules. Because if that were so, we could be asking questions about a matter that's sub judice right now. And should we do that to your side? Do you want us to do that to your side? There's a matter sub judice right now, reference to your side. Should we ask questions? No, we respect the rules. We respect the laws. And you know full well. And we expect you to abide. We expect you to
Many of my
You know the rules.
I've invested in such a matter. They are stressed out and they are asking me questions to ask questions on their behalf. I have a right.
Honorable members.
I have a right to ask the questions. I have a right.
Honorable members. Members.
You know that quite well.
Members.
You know that quite well.
Members. Order that we suspend for 15 minutes, please. Honorable members, in the last sitting of this House, this Speaker made a ruling that as we debate this bill, we would not deviate. And to date, that ruling has not been followed. I would like to pause as we go to page 28 of the rule book. 20. And it says, any reference to a matter awaiting or under adjudication in a court will not be permitted unless the Speaker's discretion that reference will not interfere in any material way with that court matter. All of us in here are quite aware that the FTX matter is under the proceedings of the court, and it's very unparliamentary for us as parliamentarians to obstruct the courts from conducting its business. And I will not allow those things to happen, not under my watch. There is a time, if there are questions to be placed, and it's called on the member statement, I would allow members to place questions on the notice for future meetings, and those questions, if they are relevant for us to be able to answer in this place, will be answered on the second Wednesday, which is question time. But until then, we will conduct ourselves very parliamentary, and we will abide by the rules that are governed in this place and other places that make us look like shining parliamentarians as we are. So moving forth, I will allow persons to continue in our debate of the Mental Health Act, but let's deviate from any proceedings that's in the hands of the courts. Are we all clear on that matter?
Madam Speaker, the rule speaks to matters under adjudication. There is no dispute, to my knowledge. There are appointed liquidators, court-appointed liquidators, together with the Securities Commission. There's no pending order. Every order or no pending decision. Every order and decision that they've requested has been made to date, even the most recent indemnity with respect to putting assets in a wallet. But there's nothing pending, so it's not under adjudication. Correct. It's under liquidation. Correct. Not even FTX is disputing this matter, Madam Speaker. Yeah. I'm advising the House. We're here to advise the people, and it is the Speaker's decision. But if you haven't thought of what I'm saying before, it's worth considering now, and I would like, Madam Speaker, to be aware of these facts in this position as well. I'm not insisting or even asking that she change her decision. I'm just stating for the record that
So unfair.
it's not clear to me that this matter is in fact under adjudication. It's before the court, but that's not what the rule protects. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, and I understand that, honorable member, but without cause, this matter is before the courts. And so we will abide by those rules. That was sentiment. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Madam Speaker, when you raised this matter in the last sitting, we took the time to get advice on the matter. I believe several members opposite are fully aware that one of the court filings had to do with the bankruptcy issue. There are very, very specific issues, technical issues relative to that dimension of the case. There are a host of things related to the collapse of a major business in the Bahamas that are within bounds that can be discussed or questions can be raised. As long as none of the speakers are getting into the material or the granular matters that could affect any outcome. And I have not heard anything that the member for Kalani was saying or that we said in the previous sitting that falls in the category of affecting the material outcome of any investigation. So, Madam Speaker, we respect the rules of the House, we respect Madam Speaker, but we are not prepared to be silenced on raising questions that do not affect the material outcome of any investigation. So that is something we cannot comply with. Yeah.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
Madam Speaker, the difficulty is the member for Marco is not an authority on the investigation. And the member is simply passing a view because he's seeking to have favor to allow for the member for Kalani to raise some points that they believe will be political expedient to do so. The reality, Madam Speaker, is this. We don't know. And because we don't know, prevention is better than cure. He started his comments by saying matters filed by the court to do with bankruptcy. The truth is before the court. It is sub judice. And the member for Kalani fully comprehends, and I expect the member for Kalani to accept.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable members, and I understand where everybody is coming from, but there are rules that govern this place. And we must stay in the parameters of the rules that govern us as a body. And I said that we can raise questions, but there is a place and there's a time on our order of business for questions. I also indicated that we will stay in tune with what we came to debate, and we are debating the Medical Health Act. So is that a problem for members to understand that this chair has made that ruling? I'm not denying anybody from putting questions that they may have on the notices for future meetings. I'm not denying that. I'm allowing.
My member has 6 minutes left. Thank you very much.
Very calmly.
Unlike others, I am a law-abiding citizen. $100 million man. I am a law-abiding citizen, and the Parliament is under the leadership of you, the Speaker, and I respect your ruling. But what I would say, Madam Speaker,
I love Kalani.
Upon my departure of this Parliament, if the press were outside, I would give my questions to them. I put forth my questions. And in the absence of the press, I will send my questions to the press so that people can see what questions I wanted to ask. So, Madam Speaker, I respect the ruling of her Lordship. Madam Speaker, I would like, and it's written clearly in international magazines, as the Minister of Health, written clearly in international magazines, it's done in institutions throughout the world, and I think Jamaica is now embarking on a similar procedure. I would like the Minister of Health to consider, with respect to reducing the mental outcome or mental illnesses that our children can suffer, especially those of boarders in the institution, to do allow a 4 or 6 month period where animals, pets, are introduced into the institution, be it dogs that they can play with, because it's been shown, Madam Speaker, that this decreased the incidence of mental illnesses, especially in our children with boarders, who are boarders in the institution. I'd put that forth for the Minister of Health to consider it using the international protocol without any problems being introduced to the institution. But Madam Speaker, I have not heard the outcome of the grocers in terms of the price control. And therefore, I'm wondering if the government realized or recognized that they were on the wrong wicket, they were wrong, and rather than answering or carrying any further, they retreated into silence and allowing it to just take its course, because they were wrong. Madam Speaker, with respect to Kalani, I drop my grandson to school every morning. Nowadays, I'm on drop off and pick up. I missed pickup today. I normally pick up at 3 o'clock today. I had to get a substitute to pick up for me. But Madam Speaker, what is distressing? The roundabout from Old Fort Bay going to Lightfoot Key, every morning the verges are littered with garbage. Candy wrappers, McDonald's, Burger King, Kentucky, sodas, etc. And it's becoming very distressing. I'm asking the government if we can enforce the laws with respect to construction workers and whoever are on the back of these trucks and every day littering the community. We can only improve if we enforce the laws, but the government cannot utilize its manpower every day to clean up the verges throughout this country. We must enforce our laws. And Madam Speaker, last week, I spent a little vacation time, my second residence in South Abaco, and I want the Minister of Works, South Abaco. And while driving the Ernest Dean Highway heading south, Madam Speaker, the street is filled with potholes. And I'm frightened for individuals who do not know the area because there are no lights on that main thoroughfare. And individuals who are not familiar will fall in one of those potholes, injure themselves, and possibly end up as a fatality. I ask the government to kindly repair the road before we have a fatality between now and Christmas. Then another thing that bothered me, and the Minister of Agriculture is here. Madam Speaker, a lot of things we can prevent if we catch them early. While visiting Abaco, there are flea markets, food markets throughout the downtown area. It would be nice if we can identify an area within the Abaco community, and we can start what you call the Abaco flea market. What y'all call it now? Food market? Farmers market. You can have an organized farmers market so that individuals can sell their wares in an organized manner. You'd improve the hygiene, etc. Because if you don't deal with it now, it will continue to spread throughout the community. And eventually, we have shanty towns with homes. We will have food shanty town. So we have to, and that's why I mentioned it. I'm sure he will put an Abaco, what is it? Farmers market, an Abaco farmers market in place so that individuals can sell their products.
You do better with the farmers market than you did with the hotel.
I wonder if the government would report, last year the carnival came here and we got no answer as to how the carnival got here, but the carnival had to leave. And there was a dispute as to who was going to pay for the carnival being immobilized and subsequently returned. They will be coming back here very soon. So we want to know, did the carnival personnel pay for their return from whence they came, or did we use the taxpayers' money when it did not fall in the government's bracket? It was a political thing, and therefore we'd like some answer on that. So, Madam Speaker, with respect to Kalani, great problem is littering and noise pollution, and I would like the member to kindly, we are respecting and showing great appreciation for our women. This is not the time to lay off any woman, especially a time of inflation, single parent, etc. I would provide you the copy of the communication I have. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Golden Isles.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I rise. I'm thankful, I'm grateful to the people of Golden Isles for affording me this opportunity to represent them, and particularly to speak on their behalf in this House. Madam Speaker, I'm thankful and grateful to Almighty God for again giving me this opportunity and indeed giving us this opportunity to be able to assemble in this place and celebrate as we did today in this House, and an historic occasion for our party, and we stand on the shoulders of those men. And so we're grateful and thankful for that. And again, we are now entering, we know right after Thanksgiving, which is tomorrow, comes the big season of Christmas. And so we write on Christmas, it seems as if the year just started and now it's about to end. If you'd permit me, Madam Speaker, just to briefly share with regard to some activities in the constituency. We're continuing our cleanup campaign in our constituency. As a matter of fact, our cleanup campaign started in Fox Hill, 6 constituencies, Fox Hill. And Madam Speaker, you're looking to hear Bamboo Town. You're not going to hear Bamboo Town yet. It's that Fox Hill, Freetown, Centerville, St. Barnabas. Don't look at me like that. You're not going to hear St. Barnabas. Fox Hill, Freetown, Centerville, Bain and Grantstown, Engliston, and Fort Charlotte. Those were the first 6 constituencies where we started with the removal of derelict vehicles and the bulk waste program. And
Forget that.
what,
Jump over her.
what, Madam Speaker?
Project. Who did it?
Madam Speaker?
Who did it? Who did it? Point your finger. Show me.
As I continue, Madam Speaker.
Does that have anything to do with Brussels?
St. Barnabas, please. Thank you. Thank you. And what we'll be doing in those constituencies now is continuing in terms of, so there are a number of areas we'll be cleaning up, creating and making green spaces.
Good.
And we're about to embark from the east, Yamacraw, Elizabeth.
Yes, all right.
And Madam Speaker, just before we reach you, we will pause in Seabreeze, and then we'll jump over and go to Carmichael and Southern Shores, and then Golden Isles. And so, Madam Speaker, but I rest assured, Madam Speaker, that no constituency will be left out. None will be left out. It is rather unfortunate that we cannot do all at one time.
That's right. That's right.
But none will be left out.
None.
So, Madam Speaker,
Madam Speaker, switch off.
Just this morning, Madam Speaker,
Should have.
in the number of events
Even in second.
in our constituency.
Bamboo Town in there.
Madam Speaker,
She
you
in
know,
there. Don't try that.
no.
I didn't hear Bamboo
Madam
Down at all. At all.
Yes.
I heard you say jump over Bamboo Down. I heard jump.
Jump two. I think I see it right now.
Madam Speaker,
I think that need to be stricken from the record.
Madam Speaker,
I even ain't laughing.
You even up the speaker to protect you.
I seek.
I ought.
Madam Speaker, he needs your protection.
I seek refuge in Madam Speaker to protect Golden Isles.
Not today. I have officially jumped over Golden Isles. No, sir.
Madam Speaker,
Thank you.
with our events, last year, we had our first annual Christmas tree decorating contest. We have 5 association boards in our constituency were given Christmas trees, and the residents in those areas came together and decorated those trees. We brought in qualified judges from outside of the constituency who visited all of the areas. And at the end of the day, Dignity Gardens prevailed and emerged as the winner. On the 3rd of December, 1 week from Saturday coming, we'll again be hosting this event, and we're looking forward to a keenly contested competition. Last year, the winners walked away with a $1,000 cash prize and a floating trophy for bragging rights for the entire year. We shall see who will walk away victorious this year. During this event on December 3rd, we will also be giving away food packages to assist residents in these difficult times with their food costs. The following Saturday, the 10th, we will have our fun run and walk event beginning at 6 a.m. on the Coral Harbor Park. Registration begins at 6. The event itself will begin at 7. And then our annual Christmas party will be held Saturday the 17th on Bacardi Park from 2 to 6 in the evening. And we're inviting parents to bring their children from all over the constituency to Bacardi Park. Madam Speaker, both Dignity Gardens and Excellence Estate subdivisions will have street names finally installed for the first time. This is a small matter to some, but it's been a vexing issue for residents in those subdivisions as they were unable to give proper directions to their homes. And I wish to thank the Minister of Works, the Honorable Member for Fort Charlotte, and the staff for their assistance in this matter. And we are still actively seeking resolution to the flooding problem in Coral Harbor, and we'll continue to do so until that matter is rectified. Madam Speaker, I continue to stress the fact that Golden Isles is the largest constituency with the most registered voters in the country and comprises of a vast landmass with persons of diverse social and economic persuasions. And it is always a challenge to meet the varying needs, but we will continue to do the best that we can. This morning, we had our Thanksgiving breakfast for students, and we were able to cater to over 200 of them. And we've been, the response, and there have been many calls to our office, and we're not certain. We would like to make it weekly. We're not sure we can afford that, but certainly we're thinking of, we must do it on a consistent basis. went extremely well and very good responses from it. We encourage residents to continue to visit our office on Bacardi Road, and they can call us at 603-1757 or 603-0607. That's 603-1757 or 603-0607. Madam Speaker, now to the bill. I should like to begin by thanking the member for the Tall Pines and his team for doing a stellar job. It's very timely, long overdue. And again, I wish to thank him and his team. And of course, I expect that we will unanimously support this much needed bill. Thank you for this opportunity again to address the members of this hallowed place on a matter that should be of great importance to all of us. And that's mental health in general, but more particularly as we speak to this Mental Health Bill 2022. Madam Speaker, I believe that when one considers the myriad of challenges that life presents to all of us, I'm sure that many of us often, frequently, and quietly reflect that surely, had it not been for the grace of God on our side, we're not sure where we would be. Growing up as a family island boy, I can recall hearing older persons always say, I could not understand it then, but I understand it better now, when they would say, and I quote, "You ain't past nothing until you're dead," end quote. Today, Madam Speaker, having achieved adulthood, I have come to realize that at any time, any one of us can befall grave challenges and adversities that can be so traumatic that we may lose our abilities to be rational, to care for ourselves, and, Madam Speaker, in some instances, even become a legitimate threat to ourselves and possibly others. When we reflect on all of the challenges that some of us may have endured over the past 3 years with the passage of Hurricane Dorian, the lockdowns during the COVID-19 pandemic, and, Madam Speaker, what we have endured during the election campaign. So many attacks, and, Madam Speaker, we grew up with a saying that said, "Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words never hurt." It's a lie. Words can pierce. Words can penetrate. And there are some blows we've had growing up that we've forgotten about. But there's some words and some phrases people have used on us that we have never forgotten. And to this day, still painful for some people.
Now you know how I feel when you said jump over bamboo town.
Madam Speaker,
I'm hurt.
Also, the economic hardships, which in many cases may have resulted in the loss of homes, with children being removed from the environments that they were accustomed to, and having to adapt to living in shelters or even facing homelessness. It is quite possible that these life-altering storms would have led to many being diagnosed with or have exhibited some form of mental illness. Madam Speaker, Hurricane Dorian and COVID-19 not only resulted in the loss of lives, but certainly a diminished capacity of life or state of existence, which many have not been able to recover from, despite the assistance by the government through the Department of Social Services and other entities. Resultantly, we now see a new poor class. Madam Speaker, some barely able to hold on to their homes, while others have lost their homes to foreclosure. Businesses that never revived, They never bounce back, and their owners are left with a debt that most, if not all of them, are able to repay. It is noteworthy that the children, as some of our speakers have spoken to earlier, are not exempted, as the battles raging in some communities and some families seem too much to fathom. While schools should be a place for learning and developing social skills, unfortunately, it has become a place where danger exists due to gangs and gang warfare, stabbings, and even shootings. Can you imagine the trauma of a bus driver driving on the streets, being shot and killed, and the passengers on the bus? These types of experiences can impact the mental well-being of people. Those who have never experienced these scenarios are seemingly resting comfortably on their periphery and only read about the cases in the newspapers or watch the updates by television or social media. Perhaps they feel removed and exempted from these challenges, yet they too feel a degree of anxiety, which changes the very way in which they live. The reality is this, that the simple pleasures of daily living are now impacted by fear, a fear of crime, an emotion which may not fall under the ambit of mental illness, but in fact affect our mental health. Madam Speaker, I read the Tribune just yesterday, an article written by Jade Russell under the heading, "Activists Demand Greater Protection for Women." And it states, activists have called for greater protection of women against sexual violence following 3 incidents of sexual assault reported over the weekend. One in Andros, where a 27-year-old woman reported that she was awakened by a man, forced himself in the home. She was sexually assaulted. A 37-year-old in New Providence, similarly, someone forced into their home and attempted to assault them. Wow. And Madam Speaker, also in New Providence, 2 20-year-old females, a gunman, forced their way into the home and sexually assaulted both of them. Alicia Wallace, I quote her from Equality Bahamas, the director, and she stated, "Women live with the perpetual fear of rape." Says, "We are constantly assessing our environments and at the encouragement of others, including law enforcement, making our worlds smaller in the effort to avoid being raped. The reality is that we are not at fault and we do not put ourselves at risk. We are living in a world and a country where the rape culture has become the norm." End quote. That is so sad. And we must not accept that and let that remain their reality. But mentally, how does that affect them? I know persons, females in particular, who try to be home every day before dark. Why? Because they are afraid. And there have been many instances, Madam Speaker, where we see signs of mental illness exhibited by colleagues in the workplace, as mental health in the workplace refers to employees' psychological, emotional, and social well-being within a shared work environment. Employees with sound mental health have respect for themselves and others. They build positive relationships with coworkers and they cope with the daily challenges and responsibilities involved in the workplace. Madam Speaker, recognizing and promoting mental health is an essential part of creating a safe and healthy workplace. Importantly, managers and staff members both have roles to play in building a safe work environment, one that will not create or exacerbate mental health problems, and where workers with mental illness are properly supported. Studies have shown that there are several ways to address mental health in the workplace, including providing access to mental health care resources. We must make sure that employees have access to mental health resources, such as counseling services, employee assistance programs, and support groups. Promoting a healthy work-life balance as opposed to ridiculing persons is so often the case in many instances. Madam Speaker, for people with mental health conditions, decent work can contribute to recovery, and inclusion can improve confidence and social functioning. Safe and healthy working environments are not only a fundamental right, but also more likely to minimize tension and conflicts at work and improve staff retention, work performance, and productivity. Since mental health and physical health are so closely linked, government, as well as private companies, need to begin creating a cultural norm so that employees will feel comfortable coming forward if they are facing issues affecting their mental health. Heads of ministries, heads of departments, supervisors, even leaders of privately operated organizations must now equip themselves to be able to recognize mental illness in the workplace, to be able to identify and recommend the necessary resources to enable employees to obtain the help they need to address these health issues. Studies again have shown that it is important for the leadership at the very top to become immersed in staff mental health issues and become agents for change if we are to overcome the stigma of mental illness. Leaders of organizations must play a significant role in increasing communication around this issue to support employees' mental health. Madam Speaker, mental health problems aren't the fault of anyone. No one chooses to have depression or anxiety. However, workplace stress can be managed and controlled with the correct and timely interventions. Employees who have workplace friends are 7 times more likely to be engaged and productive at work than those who do not. We spend more time at work in most instances that we spend with our families. Our work colleagues are more family than some of our very own families. And so again, it is said that employees who have workplace friends are 7 times more likely to be engaged, to be productive, than those who do not. Experiencing mental health issues at work can be easily supported through the ability to smile, to laugh, and to socialize with our peers, whoever they may be. Madam Speaker, I've spoken of possible triggers that exist throughout the course of one's life. And sometimes for many, becomes the scenario that causes the proverbial straw to drop and to break them. There are some persons that have been diagnosed as mentally ill and unknown to be by family members and even in the public. However, we've allowed them to become vagrants, traversing the streets in a disheveled state, which indicates their lack of concern for their appearance, hygiene, or their general well-being. These persons have gradually become accepted as they solicit food or funds from passerbys. Haven't you heard people say in the past, I wonder where their family is? Don't they care? Surely if they did, their loved one would not be on the streets like this. Sometimes haven't we said that to ourselves about them? And on the other hand, the family's story is often one of frustration, a story of trying to keep their relative compliant with taking medication and consistent counseling so that peace could prevail in the home. And when this does not happen, then the breakdown begins. Madam Speaker, the Mental Health Bill 2022 is a tremendous improvement on the existing legislation which was passed from 1969. This bill places much needed attention on an area of society which still has a stigma attached to it. People still are afraid to talk about their mental conditions because they are considered taboo, and we are quick to call them crazy. Growing up, we used to call it the crazy hill. I actually thought it was a hill growing up, and that's how they refer to it. So nobody wanted to be referred to as that, and it is still taboo today. This bill addresses several areas, which I'll just allude to three of them. The safeguarding of the rights of persons diagnosed with or exhibiting symptoms of a mental illness. The protection of patients in facilities for mistreatment. It also, among other things, as stated by my colleague Elizabeth, calls for the Minister of Health and Wellness to increase the number of programs to promote mental health and for such programs to be implemented in the education and the labor sectors while also addressing the human resource requirements of mental health services. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to support the Mental Health Bill 2022 as our administration seeks to bring greater protection and enforcement of the rights of persons diagnosed with or exhibiting symptoms of a mental illness. As I close, I take this opportunity to encourage the family members and friends of persons suffering from such illnesses, and indeed the community at large, to foster a greater spirit of compassion and understanding. In many instances, we become a mean and insensitive society. We encourage them to extend love to those exhibiting signs of or who have been diagnosed with any form of mental illness. Remember, and all of us at some point can look in the mirror and say, but for the grace of God, there go I. We recall the words of our Lord. It says, whatsoever you do to the least of these, you do it unto me. That's right. And so I thank you, Madam Speaker. And may Father Yahweh Elohim continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And Madam Speaker, that all of us in this place ensure that we will do our best to help to make the wealth more common. Golden Isles supports this long overdue bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Long Island.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise yet again on behalf of the hard-working people of Long Island. People who have sent me to this place for a second consecutive term, 2 terms. Madam Speaker, I'd like to extend my condolences to a few families in Long Island. The family of Ms. Enid Carroll, to her husband, Mr. Lawrence Carroll, their daughter, Vanessa, and to the entire community of Fords and Deep South Long Island, I extend my sympathies. To the family of Mr. Lyndon Oscar Miller, I extend my sympathies on his passing. That is Miss Bernetta Sims, my grade 1 and 2 teacher at Sims Primary School. Miss Gwendolyn Pinder, who I still call Miss Harden. She was Harden for so many years. Their seamstress, retired teacher, dedicated churchwoman. Mr. Brenville Miller, Mr. Floyd Miller, another brother, and to the entire family in the community of Millis, Long Island. And lastly, Madam Speaker, I'd like to extend condolences to the family of Miss Brenda Taylor, her adopted family of her siblings, Elaine and Spence, her father, Mr. Malachi Knowles. Madam Speaker, in this place, I've raised a couple of issues that we've been having in Long Island. And one of the main issues concerns roads. I mean, we have a real challenge with the poor state of the roads there. The roads are littered with potholes. And you know, with the rainy season, what happens there. So we could get some assistance with having some of the roadways paved and getting some coal patching and having some of the potholes addressed. That would better the driving experience for my constituents. Madam Speaker, there's also the issue of Bahamas Air. I don't know if Bahamas Air started again, but I spoke to the managing director some weeks ago. We always had a challenge. We've had a challenge in recent time with getting flights, and people have to book maybe 2 weeks out. And that is because Long Island's flight is combined with San Salvador, so it's always full. So hopefully, if it's not already the case, Long Island can get its own flight once again. Because Long Island people, we love Bahamas Air. You know, Bahamas is always full going to Long Island, and given that the winter season, this high tourist season is approaching or upon us, you know, it would be good to get maybe even twice a day service sometimes into Long Island. Madam Speaker, let me begin by saying that I support the new mental health bill. This is a modernization of the current bill and brings the Bahamas' response to mental health into the 21st century, whilst also focusing and prioritizing mental health services. This bill seeks to be more patient-friendly, more patient-involved, and clarifies and defines what an enduring power of attorney means as it relates to mental health patients and their caregivers. Now gives clarification to that the previous bill did not. Madam Speaker, with the passage of this bill, families can no longer need to seek 2 mental health professionals to sign off on guardianship or conservatorship. You can get 1 mental health professional and a medical doctor, and they're able to get guardianship or conservatorship of their loved one. Notably, the bill also puts more checks and balances in place as it relates to conservatorships to ensure that there's no abuse, to monitor and oversee. And the bill now makes sure that the same renewal or the renewal that we see with some driver's licenses, some people renew every year. But in this case, conservatorships have to be renewed every year. So persons don't just get to collect, let's say, someone's pension and don't check for them. You know, that gets renewed every year. Conservatorships have often been used, as we all know, for persons who have Alzheimer's, stroke victims, persons in comas, the elderly, or persons who can't communicate on their own. So, Madam Speaker, I applaud that being inserted into the bill. Madam Speaker, the legislation reads like a patient bill of rights, progressively empowering patients and articulating the rights of mental health patients, whilst also, protecting a patient's best interests. we know the abuses that come when there are persons who can take advantage of folks who have challenges. And this bill seems to anticipate the possibility of that. Indeed, the old act was archaic, didn't quite provide the level of support needed to address the real issues, and was heavily reliant on inpatient services. This piece of legislation, the old act, did not effectively deal with those who medical professionals would refer to as the walking wounded. There are many persons who are, moving around the Bahamas and they look fine, but these are persons who look normal but are experiencing grave mental challenges. Madam Speaker, in 2020, during the height of COVID-19, the COVID-19 pandemic, I retained a psychologist for my constituents and provided them with a hotline to call in free of charge. And I've been advised by quite a number of them that this was quite helpful to them. The fallout from COVID-19, inflation, and economic woes, where persons have now lost their jobs or found themselves homeless, or lost their families, lost their homes, and now faced a myriad of other issues, has led to many persons falling into deep states of depression and the onset of various other mental health challenges that go unaddressed. All of us in this place have heard of persons who have been untreated for an extended period of time, or who have battled social, financial, or personal challenges that deeply impact them. Persons who have reached their break point. Many Bahamians, we all know, experience anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, etc. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, many people suffer in silence, in shame, much like students and persons with special needs on islands such as mine. Persons with mental health challenges should not have to live in the shadows. I've always talked about my realizing the number of persons with special needs in my constituency, children with special needs in my constituency. And I found that out during my first campaign going door to door. I had no idea that some of these people existed. Mental health impacts us in many ways. There are many people who suffer from depression, or persons who suffer from PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, after enduring catastrophic hurricanes, Dorian and Lily, and all these hurricanes that we've seen that have done damage to many places. Or persons who witness or know of family members being murdered. Madam Speaker, recently I was taken aback to hear that there's a government-sponsored mental health center that the families of both the murder victim and the accused murderer attend. I don't think that should be. I think that, you run into someone who you accusing of harming your family member, that causes a lot of mental anguish and stress and anxiety and anger. So I think we should look into that. Sadly, mental health has been stigmatized in the Bahamas. What is really spoken of is how many professionals and persons in the Bahamas take prescription drugs to help them preserve their mental health. Sometimes things can become overwhelming, and these drugs help people with anxiety, with sleep, with addressing their mental needs. Over the years, Madam Speaker, we've all heard of persons hanging themselves, or jumping off a bridge, or committing some other act that fatally wounds them. We've all heard the stories of how they suffered from depression or another mental health challenge, and/or could not and did not receive much needed treatment and counseling. There's a show that comes on television, and it may still come on, called Snapped, which I believe also seeks to underscore persons reaching their breakpoints, and either without treatment or some kind of intervention, or maybe in a moment of losing control, they have a mental breakdown, and as a result of that, in some instances, commit a crime. Some of the strongest among us experience challenges. Many Bahamians suffer in silence. Many people are afraid to speak of their mental health concerns due to being stigmatized. Many refuse to seek help because they believe or they're afraid of being stigmatized, maligned, and name-called. And then there are those who quietly seek counseling. And I believe there's many who do that as well. For years in the Bahamas, there appeared to be a lack of political and social will to transform our mental health care system from its archaic functioning capacity to a well-funded, more human undertaking. In years past, I've heard of stories about mental health patients, even prisoners, being warehoused at the Sandlands Rehabilitation Center. Indeed, the state of public health services across the board, and especially in the Family Island, leaves much to be desired, and there's much improvement that could happen. But I commend this as a step forward. Unfortunately, though, beyond the Sandlands Rehabilitation Center, there are no community mental health programs. And the poor and underprivileged, for the most part, bear the brunt of any misfortune that such a lack of foresight incurs. The Sandlands Rehabilitation Center purports to offer psychiatric, geriatric, and substance abuse services. I saw a report some time ago that projected that mental health and neurological disorders will likely be representative of the greatest disease burden by the year 2020. Despite the recent upgrades to the Sandlands facility, much more can be done to address the overwhelming demands on the infrastructure and resources that the center provides to an increasing population. Madam Speaker, as a Family Island MP, I believe that we must do a better job at expanding patient services or patient resources in relation to mental health to the islands. As it stands, we lack the mental health resources on the islands to better or to effectively implement this act. We must do a better job at decentralizing healthcare at large and, in this particular instance, mental health care. Madam Speaker, we must seek to rebrand healthcare by offering a new model of care for patients with mental health concerns via the incorporation of mental health or mental health care services into primary health care facilities, as your regular polyclinic. Hopefully, this act lends to heightening incidences of early detection and treatment and improves access to healthcare, mental health care, by offering services in an outpatient setting. And I see this act seeks to move towards embracing more of the outpatient setting as opposed to the previous that was more inpatient oriented. Madam Speaker, in the Bahamas, many people are afraid to acknowledge that mental health issues impact and affects us all. Many Bahamians see it as a sign of weakness and seem to hold a view that people who suffer from mental disorders should be ashamed that they have brought shame on their families. We hear people referred to, you often hear it as a casual slang. We often hear people referred to as tripping out. We've all heard that. I mean, people casually say, man, stop tripping out. We have all heard the pejoratives associated with Sandlands. Indeed, based on much of what I have seen and heard, it seems like we have a very primitive understanding of mental illness, and that's in society, given the real stigma that it carries. And hopefully, this is the start of our investment in addressing these mental health challenges. Madam Speaker, or mental health issues. Madam Speaker, how is it that people show sympathy in a community of folks with illnesses such as cancer, hypertension, HIV, AIDS, but people seemingly shy away from families of a person or from a person who've had mental breakdowns or who suffer from schizophrenia or postpartum depression or postpartum anxiety or depression, etc. We've all heard of increasing instances of suicide over the last few years. In Bahamian society today, we've seen an increase in reports of mild and major mental illnesses, ranging from personality disorders to adjustment disorders to situational disorders, to widespread depression, among other disorders. Research shows that milder mental disorders affect 1 in 4 Bahamians nowadays, whilst other mental health challenges such as schizophrenia are rarer. Whilst conditions such as depression and other milder issues are more prevalent, we continue to hear pejorative remarks. We know those remarks. We've all heard those. I mean, when I was growing up, you would hear comments like, going in the white bus. I'm sure you could remember that yourself, Madam Speaker. Or as the member for Golden Isles mentioned, going on Crazy Hill. You know, and I too thought it was a hill, Golden Isles, until I came to Nassau and saw that it wasn't. We've all heard those comments. Madam Speaker, most Bahamians will tell you that if one is admitted into Sandlands, the stigma is hard to shake because of a scornful view that our people have adopted towards mental illnesses. Madam Speaker, frankly, there's a need for more psychiatrists, counselors, and psychologists to address many of the major depressive symptoms and psychiatric challenges some of our people face. One can just look at the increasing, as I said earlier, the increasing number of suicides year over year to see the impact of mental illnesses or mental challenges, and in some cases, the failure of some persons to seek help. When one looks at substance abuse, which emanates from mental illnesses or mental challenge, it is evident. Substance abuse is evident in certain areas of our country, from alcohol to drugs, and dare I say, to sex. We must get to the point where mental illness is seen like the common cold, not as an illness that Bahamians see as either being representative of weakness, or not having Jesus, or not praying enough, or not having enough faith. I've heard it referred to as evil spirit. I've actually seen people saying they can pray this evil spirit out of somebody who might have a mental health challenge. And many of us can attest to that. When one looks at the root cause of mental illness, some of it can emanate from abuse, sexual and physical, or even from genetic predispositions. Unfortunately, over the years, Madam Speaker, we've just adopted a black and white view of mental illness and mental health challenges, despite the fact that every psychologist and psychiatrist in the country is overworked. We refuse to acknowledge that some views could lead to change, or adopting new views could lead to change. We adhere, I should say, to sometimes overwhelmingly religious or traditional views of the mind, of the brain, of the manifestations of what we expect someone to be. We must cause our people to recognize the challenge of mental health and also help to mold a kinder, gentler nation as regards mental illness. Madam Speaker, yes, we've seen Bahamians laugh at or deride so-called bums on the streets, the so-called vagrants. And you know, this bill addresses the fella you'd see walking about the street who we see as a vagrant, giving them the opportunity to get some help. Some years ago, I recall a woman walking in a neighborhood and asking, and I quote, "If anybody is home with the door cracked," end quote. I'm sure many of us in this place saw that video. The video became a national joke. However, we should not merely disseminate such videos over social media or to exploit these people to make these kinds of videos, or even to produce t-shirts about these kinds of instances. If assistance can be offered, Madam Speaker, if assistance can be offered, we must do so in tangible ways, without seeing it or without seeing to it that persons, Madam Speaker, if assistance can be offered, we must do so in tangible ways, while seeing to it that persons get the mental help they need. Over the years, I've seen various videos of a lady who used to right here on Bay Street quite a bit. And I don't know, I think she might have died in recent time. The person's encouraging her to curse at tourists, right? She may have had a mental health challenge. And they would jinx her up, as we say, maybe offer a couple dollars, encourage her to curse and carry on so they could tape it. All for the kicks, all for the laughs. As a nation, we must endeavor to take people suspected of being mentally ill off the streets, to provide them with ambulatory care, medicine, psychological and psychiatric help, and so on. Madam Speaker, to effectively implement this piece of legislation will take a huge change in our approach to the funding of healthcare. And one of my questions is, going forward, will we outsource parts of this or subsidize, let's say, private practices that could help effect this piece of legislation? And maybe that's an easier way given the shortage of resources or the lack of resources or shortage of personnel in the public healthcare system. And that's something that the member for Tall Pines could consider. Madam Speaker, there was a time when local insurance companies did not provide the requisite coverage relative to mental illnesses, limiting an insured person to a maximum benefit of maybe 20 total visits to a psychiatrist or psychologist. So has this changed? Has there been an evolution in thinking on that front? Madam Speaker, I believe that this piece of legislation can lend to better assisting and treating persons who daily fight mental health challenges. Madam Speaker, there is a need for more public relations as to the relief available under this bill. There's a need for more public relations as to the relief available under this bill. And the gaps in resources, means, and beds must also be addressed, supplementing the legislation with the necessary physical implements. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I also hope that as we move to modernize healthcare legislation, we also seek to update the Nurses and Midwives Act, the Medical Act, the Dental Act, and move primary healthcare and universal healthcare forward. Indeed, the Vaccination Act also needs to be updated. We recently promoted and carried out widespread vaccination exercises during COVID-19 under an act, Madam Speaker, that, believe it or not, was passed into existence. And I'm certain that the member for Tall Pines would confirm this, that was passed into existence in 1865. That's the act, the Vaccination Act. So given what we're facing today, in the wake of COVID-19, I think it's high time for that act to be updated. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Engliston.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am very privileged this evening to rise on behalf of the people of Engliston to contribute, I hope briefly, on what is a very, very important piece of legislation and to indicate the support of the people of Engliston fully, the Mental Health Bill 2022. Madam Speaker, the contents of this legislation represent very important reform in this country. And I want to commend the Minister of Health for having the foresight, the courage, and the requisite level of empathy that comes with leadership to understand that this is so long overdue and so very, very essential. The legislation places a very progressive focus on the issue of mental disease. We've heard all of the representations and the presentations in this Parliament about the perceptions, the stigma, etc., that accompanies mental health. And I believe this legislation will go a long way towards taking our nation beyond that archaic and primitive set of perceptions to a more progressive view of mental health. And the legislation goes further and it broadens our understanding of the various mental diseases that people face in this country. And the legislation provides the bill for compassionate, comprehensive management, treatment, care, and hospitalization as is appropriate for those who are suffering from mental disease. And we've gone through the bill quite a bit, but Clause 3 of the bill speaks about the application of the Act. And it says that the provisions of this Act shall have effect with respect to diagnosis of persons exhibiting symptoms, admission of persons diagnosed with exhibiting symptoms, care and treatment of persons diagnosed, the making of decisions for persons diagnosed, the protection of the rights of persons with a mental illness from discrimination, and for other related purposes. The objectives are set out in Clause 4 of this bill. And Clause 4 has a number of objectives, and I will just highlight a few. To protect the human rights and dignity of each person diagnosed with or exhibiting symptoms of a mental illness. To ensure that each person who is diagnosed or is exhibiting signs of mental illness is assessed for care and treatment and is informed of their rights under the Act. To remove discrimination against each person diagnosed with or exhibiting symptoms of a mental illness. To facilitate provision of comprehensive mental health care. To provide for the assessment, care, and treatment of mental illness in the least restrictive way. And there are several other provisions, but it gives you an idea, Madam Speaker, of the approach of this legislation in terms of treating and management of people with mental health issues. But the bill goes further, and it has a very important component which I highly subscribe to as a strategy to improve health in our nation, and it's the promotion of health. And Clause 6 speaks about the provision of programs to promote mental health. And it says that the minister shall plan, design, and implement programs. So this is not just about treating mental health. This is about anticipating and preventing mental health concerns like depression, alcoholism, etc. And it says that the minister shall plan, design, and implement programs to promote mental health and mental well-being, to promote the rights of persons diagnosed with or exhibiting signs of mental illness, to provide mental health and wellness education and awareness to mental health professionals and the community, to provide for interventions to reduce the impact of mental illness and the stigma of discrimination, to prevent suicide or attempted suicide, and to address the specific mental health issues as required from time to time. So this is a very important provision in promoting health and to, as far as possible, minimize fallout from people who are prone or vulnerable to mental health concerns. But Clause 6.2 also has a provision which says that the ministers responsible for education and labor shall ensure that all plans, designs, and programs established by the minister under subsection 1 are implemented in the education and the labor sector respectively. This is very important because this mandates that through our schools that we are able, as it relates to promotion of mental health, implement programs that the Minister of Health has established and set out with the objective of enhancing mental health for young people, in particular adolescents. The legislation also delineates the rights of persons who find themselves suffering from mental disease. And on the issue of the mental health of young people, this is so relevant today for our country and countries globally.
And when we look at the research, Madam Speaker, we see that significant research has been undertaken post-pandemic, or I call it post, we're still in a pandemic, but as people have gone back to face in schools. And it speaks to the challenges that young people face. And I looked at various pieces of research. This particular one was conducted by a number of scientists, and it's titled COVID-19 Anxiety, Psychological Well-Being and Preventative Behaviors During the COVID-19 Pandemic in Latin America and the Caribbean. So that's our region. And this particular study, and I'll read from the extract, assesses the relationship between COVID-19, anxiety, and subjective well-being in terms of the mediating role of COVID-19 preventative behaviors. And it goes further to say that during the current pandemic, different health professionals around the world have reported high levels of depression, anxiety, and stress in the general population. And it has been suggested that the effects of COVID-19 on mental health and well-being will linger even after the pandemic ends, extending beyond people who have been directly affected by the disease. So they're saying not only those who've had COVID-19, but those subject to the conditions that came along with COVID-19. Mental health problems may be caused by direct effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, such as those associated with fear of COVID-19 infection and perceived danger from the disease. And then it goes on to say, this highlights the importance of deeper research on mental health in the general population of Latin America and Caribbean, with the aim of providing knowledge that will serve for the development of public policies that address the mental health problems generated during the current pandemic. And this study is speaking to the general effects in the general population. So why would we think our young people and our children would not be similarly affected, Madam Speaker? There's an article, the Caribbean Youth, that speaks about this dilemma of young people. And it tells us that the coronavirus 2019 pandemic has exacerbated many challenges faced by children and young people, including the underserved mental health crisis. The pandemic has turned the lives of all children and youth upside down. We see some things going on in our country, particularly those living with non-communicable diseases and mental health conditions, and members of the LGBTQIA and indigenous communities, those living in poverty, and others who faced adversities and vulnerabilities long before COVID-19. The State of the World's Children 2021 report revealed that approximately 16 million adolescents aged 10 to 19 live with a mental disorder in Latin America and the Caribbean. Anxiety disorder is the second leading cause of disability among 10 to 14-year-olds. It is no surprise that research during the first year of the pandemic revealed that 27% of adolescents in Latin American and Caribbean countries reported experiencing depression and 15% experiencing anxiety. 1 in 2 young people reported having less motivation to do activities they usually enjoyed. For years, society has turned a blind eye to these invisible illnesses.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for West Campbell.
7 o'clock hour, I move resolution that we continue beyond 7 o'clock.
Thank you, honorable member. Is there a seconder? Second. Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House proceeds beyond the 7 p.m. hour. All those in favor shall remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is agreed. The business of this House will now proceed beyond the 7 p.m. hour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just to highlight that this is the Latin American Caribbean that I spoke of, where they talk about the impact on children and young people and adolescents in this pandemic reality. But there's been so much research that in the United States, and all over. And the United States in particular is very interesting, you know, and I'm reading from some reports of incidents in the schools in the United States. In recent times, at a Florida middle school, 87 students have gotten in physical fights since school began last month. At an Illinois high school, 70 students have been suspended for violent altercations. At a New York high school, 2 students were cut during an altercation, causing parents to demand more safety agents. And at another school, a counselor said she has assessed 26 students ages 8 through 10 for suicide risk since May. And it goes on, which I don't want to, you know. And then we see the CDC in America. They make some very interesting observations, and these observations were made in March of this year. The new CDC analyses published today shine additional light on the mental health of U.S. high school students during the COVID-19 pandemic, including a disproportionate level of threats that some students experienced. According to the new data, in 2021, more than a third, 37% of high school students reported they experienced poor mental health during the COVID-19 pandemic, and 44% reported they persistently felt sad or hopeless during the past year. The new analyses also describe some of the severe challenges youth encountered during the pandemic. More than half, 55%, reported they experienced emotional abuse. Emotional abuse by a parent or other child or adult in the home, including swearing at, insulting, or putting down the student. 11% experienced physical abuse by a parent or other adult in the home, including hitting, beating, kicking, or physically hurting the student. More than a quarter, 29%, reported a parent or other adult in their home lost a job. Before the pandemic, mental health was getting worse among high school students, according to prior data by the CDC. These data echo a cry for help. And, you know, there's research. It's not just America and the Latin American, Caribbean. We see in Serbia, where they look at medical students in university and the impact on medical students. And various studies, I was able to find the huge amount of studies on this all over the world on everything. Campus mental health, considerations for systematic screening, PK-12, and on and on and on, supporting grieving students during the pandemic. All of these studies, all of the research, all of the reputable agencies like a CDC are telling us that young people during this pandemic era have suffered tremendous fallout. In the Bahamas, we anticipated and had an understanding that what we were seeing was suggesting that something was not right. We saw this with the early signals with disruptions, fights, and on in the schools. And it wasn't at one school. We always had issues with school violence, but not what we were seeing. We were seeing these sporadic outbursts here, there, and everywhere. Eleuthera, Abaco, Nassau, all over Nassau, and on and other islands. And this appears to be a new phenomenon. And we decided, first of all, to try and maintain safety in the school campuses. And that is when we made a decision to put police officers on the campus. But we didn't just put police officers. They were carefully chosen. They were specially trained for this type of environment. And they actually teach a curriculum. And you'll see, they send me the reports where they teach on bullying. They teach on a whole array of issues to raise awareness amongst young people. So they're not your regular police officer. So what we did, we put those officers on campuses, and they're in every junior and senior high school throughout the country. And I think there were more than 20 plus who had been trained. Madam Speaker, principals, teachers, guidance counselors, school psychologists, NGOs. I mean, Carlos Reed was doing something today. Everyone is working very hard to address what we are seeing. We know that adolescence is difficult in the best of times, because we all went through it, and it was harder on some than others. But what young people have gone through in this pandemic is unmatched. And I have sought to, and I think a lot of people don't take it seriously. They say, well, what's she talking about? When you see what's happening, we have to face reality that we have to scrutinize what's happening with our young people. And we have to be very careful we don't say it's the school, it's the this, it's the that. It ain't over there. It's not over there. This is a pervasive, if a child has mental health issues that's manifesting on a campus, it can manifest somewhere else. We had a terribly tragic situation at Doris Johnson with a young teenager, and he's not here anymore. And that is why it's very important for us to move away from these judgments and these opinions about what these rude children, they might be rude, I don't know. But all of the research is telling us globally, in the region, in America, in Europe, that our young people who went through what no one else has ever gone through, no other young person went through what these young people have gone through. I went one classroom, Madam Speaker. It was a grade 3 class. And that was the first day for those children. They had been in school, they gone straight in grade 3. Right. They missed 2 years. 2 years.
First time holding the pencil?
We formed a committee in the ministry because when we started to see these signals, we knew that something was not right. And I just want to go over quickly what it is that we're doing, because we're going to get into schools. We're going to work with the Ministry of Health. The Ministry of Health is on this committee. It's the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, Public Health, University of the Bahamas, Department of Social Services. We knew something was not right. And so the purpose of this, what we did, was to support and create programs that promote the holistic development of children and adolescents within these domains of practical, social, and conceptual. The objectives include, and I'm abbreviating due to time rolling on me, is to provide direct and indirect psychosocial and wellness service opportunities to all students within school systems throughout the Bahamas. And then the targeted issues that they're looking at is feeling power. These are things that they've already done some research. There was one boy they tested at one of the special schools, I won't say where, and it was frightening. He was like a ticking time bomb. Feeling of powerlessness, depressive episodes, bullying, cyber and in person. Cyberbullying is a serious thing right now. Most of the fights are coming out of this type of thing. Substance abuse, hunger, loneliness, academic concerns. And interestingly, when we were meeting in one of these groups, they went to Grand Bahama and Abaco, and they did some testing there. And what they found, and Public Health advised us of this, what they found was that Dorian, forget the pandemic, we didn't get to that yet. Dorian has had a lingering, lasting impact on teachers and students. Things like insomnia for young people, depression. And so it's very important that we are able to appropriately analyze this dilemma. And can I say also, some teachers are affected. We went to a meeting in Abaco at the church there, Patrick J. Bethel's parents and teachers were there. And one of the teachers said that she left Abaco after she was there during Dorian, and she left. But she said she had to come back to see a conclusion to what it was she had been subject to see it sort of make sense again. She's still there now, and we are grateful to her that she has gone there. But even now, she spoke about lingering concerns and issues. So it's very important, Madam Speaker, that we come to a national understanding that many of our young people have been seriously affected in this pandemic reality. And to understand that this is not a school thing necessarily. And also that we are all stakeholders. It ain't just over there. And then one of the issues that has been also impacted and really convoluted this whole scenario is the issue of learning loss. This is such a toxic, combined thing. And what we are hearing just preliminarily is that in some instances, it's severe. Imagine those students going straight to grade 3, miss grade 1, grade 2. And what we have done in anticipation of this, and this has taken longer than I really wanted, but it's these processes and procedures, an RFP went out for a company to assist us in, first of all, being able to test learning loss and also to devise accelerated programs to allow young people to catch up who've been affected. And the RFP process is finally finished. A company was selected. And we've appointed a project coordinator. And the next step is we will begin training of teachers nationwide. And then the testing will begin. And then the remediation or acceleration will take place thereafter. Because this is another issue. And what we're finding is that children with special needs or who are having difficulties in the school, that they tend to be more disruptive, more concerned about what's happening with them and not being able to process it properly. So as it relates to special needs, the Ministry of Education is about to enter into an MOU with Barry University because we want to quickly qualify special ed teachers so that we can begin to test and find out who is affected. Part of this effort, we sent a team to Eleuthera, and they went there and they stayed there for almost 10 days. We sent 8 school psychologists, 2 speech pathologists. They went to 12 schools. They tested 151 students in your constituency, South Eleuthera. And as a result of that, they were able to narrow and fine-tune those children, fine-tune which children require help. And we've been told that things like audiologists, testing hearing, the neurologists, and also optometrists are required. And so and counseling for grief and anxiety, depression. So what we decided, we're gonna make Eleuthera a pilot project. And we're gonna do the whole hog in Eleuthera to see how we can get all these services down to Eleuthera, enter into relationships with like One Eleuthera and other progressive entities there to see how we can bring relief for our young people in Eleuthera. And then we'll move throughout the country and make sure that every child has the best opportunity possible with the little resources that we have as a people to succeed in life. And finally, the other thing that we are doing is that we are reviewing the GLAT results for the last 10 years, because that's done in grade 3 and in grade 6. And these are very strong signals and indicators of what is happening to the child. And unfortunately, I do not think there has been sustained intervention when those results come, because it's a diagnostic test or assessment. It's an assessment. It's not like BJC and BGCSE. It has a purpose to measure what is happening with that child, and it does not appear that there has been sufficient intervention. And so what we are now preparing, and we've already have a strategy outlined, is that after we see the GLAT results, and we see where we see recurring vulnerabilities, weaknesses, that the ministry will intervene, teachers will intervene, so that that child does not carry that all the way through. This is what is meant by social promotion. We keep pushing the child through, even though they're carrying deficits every step of the way, and the deficits grow and increase, and it creates great frustration for that child. And so we are seeking to address those issues. So I want to end just by saying, Madam Speaker, that I want again thank the minister for understanding. I would say this is a legislation of love. It's a legislation of love, because we are reaching out to people who've been out there in no man's land, by and large, and we're bringing them into the family of man fully, into the warm embrace of our people and our nation, this wonderful nation. And so I am very pleased to support, and I only end by just reiterating to parents and the public that that we have to come to an appreciation that this pandemic has been peculiarly hard on young people. The mental effects of the lockdowns, the learning loss, and on and on and on. This whole summary that I've given. And that therefore, we have a lot of work to do, because the one thing we cannot do, Madam Speaker, and I will declare this, we cannot relinquish the future of these children and these young people. We got to do all that we have to do to intervene, to set them on a right path, to ensure they have good, decent, successful, productive, wonderful lives. And this government, this administration pledges that we will do all that we can. We will never tire or weary. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I heard earlier today that it's been a long day. It's been a good long day. Good long day. And actually, my my comments may in fact be maybe very brief, Madam Speaker. Relatively speaking, Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the good people of St. Barnabas, who, like the good people of Bamboo Town, seems to have been passed over in this first cleanup campaign. And it's good to know that the honourable member for Golden Isles has said that every constituency would be touched. But again, I know that St. Barnabas and Bamboo Town is left out in this first round, and particularly for St. Barnabas, I note that I think it's Centerville and Angliston, which is right on the border of St. Barnabas, just interesting, very interesting. But, be it as it may, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, to be honest, Madam Speaker, to be very honest, right, I pride myself on not being naive, so I'm willing to take a blow, even though it's the people of St. Barnabas that are going to be affected. But I'm quite shocked that Bamboo Town, the Speaker's constituency, just got passed over just like that. But anyway, that's a topic for another day. That's a topic for another day. That's a topic. No. Angliston was treated well. No, Angliston was treated well. I said that to Angliston.
Every time we say Davis Cooper, Angliston takes Cooper off, so you should behave yourself.
Madam Speaker, I rise with a constant sense of great pride, as I said, as the Member of Parliament for St. Barnabas, serving my second term. I'm constantly reminded that it's an honor to even serve one term in this honorable place, and many thousands have attempted to become an elected Member of Parliament. So every day I remind myself, as I'm sure members present and other members of the House remind themselves that it's indeed a great privilege to be sitting in here to represent the people. And while I'm on my feet initially, Madam Speaker, I wish to tell my wife, Nia, my wife of 347 days now, Madam Speaker, happy birthday. Her birthday was yesterday. And I thank her for her constant support. Yes, thank her for her constant support. And it's one thing that besides other things, it's one thing that my wife has taught me is that, you know, you got to learn to forgive. And so I want to, yeah, she's really taught me how you have to learn to forgive, especially in politics. So I've embraced that, and I want to thank her. I want to thank her for that. Forgiveness is a hard thing, you know. I want to thank her.
We forgive you all. We forgive you all. We work it out.
Right. But Madam Speaker, you know, this morning we started off with what I'm sure every member contends was something very profound, very profound. And as we constantly deal with the back and forth and the bantering and the jostling here, yes, on disagreements or a difference in policy as how we might see it, what we saw exercised here this morning, Madam Speaker, is something that generations of Bahamians after us ought to be proud of. It was a moment where we came together, all of us as Bahamians, to recognize the contributions and the efforts of the women of our country, including yourself and all of the other women, as I've said, who continue to illuminate the corridors of Bahamian history. I see that the member for Angliston has left, but as the morning went on, I'm glad that the member of Elizabeth did in fact note it, that the member for Angliston is now the longest serving female member of parliament in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And my good family from Pompey Bay, despite our disagreements, but I hear how you treat some of your family, but I ain't saying nothing, right? But truly, I mean it, so we know how. Y'all treating Babu bad. Treating Babu bad.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Angliston isn't over here. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. As I was saying, just to button up my last point, that the member for Angliston really deserves to be commended. It is difficult to get re-elected in Bahamian politics, but to serve for that length of time, not many can say that, particularly a woman of her stature. So congratulations to her, and I'm sure that the history books of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas will be kind to the honorable member whenever she decides to retire from frontline politics. She retire? Mr. Deputy, this conversation about mental health, and I know again we've had a number of inferences and comments about relevance, about mental health and what is it that we're talking about here. But the truth is, Mr. Deputy, that while we look at this mental health bill, which in some form addresses some of the preventative things, there are some large-scale issues in our country, large-scale issues, that also can be sourced as some of the contributors to diminishing mental health, Mr. Deputy. And so, as I talk about some of these issues that continue to provide much anxiety for the Bahamian people, much anxiety and despair, I want the Bahamian people to know that at the end of the day, all aspects of government matters, even as it relates to mental health. And Mr. Deputy, it's an article here by World Psychiatry, talks about economics and mental health. And it says, Mr. Deputy, economics and mental health are intertwined. Apart from the accumulating evidence of the huge economic impacts of mental ill health and the growing recognition of the effects, economic circumstances can exert heavily on the mental health of a population, right? Economics and mental health. There's another one by the Journal of the Royal Society of Medicine, the Global Economic Crisis, Effects on Mental Health, and What Can Be Done. World Health Organization, Impact of Economic Crisis on Mental Health, and share. Economic crises are therefore times of high risk to the mental well-being of the population and of the people affected and their families. Then we have here Science Direct, Social Science and Medicine, the impact of neighborhood crime on mental health. Another one, Nutrients website, understanding the relationship between food security and mental health, Mr. Deputy. Now, I've mentioned these articles just in case members might decide to talk about what is the relevance to some of the things that I'm going to talk about, Mr. Deputy, right? The national landscape, Mr. Deputy, and what our people are feeling and going through impacts the national mental state of our people.
Yes, yes.
People attach their hopes and aspirations, cares and concerns, though not absolutely, on the government and its ability to perform and fulfill its promises. As former Governor General A.D. Hanna said, to wipe the tear from every eye, and Sir Lyndon said to bring peace to every heart. I'm sure. Mr. Deputy, there is much mental anguish across our Bahama land that continues to shake the lives of many Bahamians. The Bahamian people, Mr. Deputy, don't just want prosperity on paper, they want prosperity in their pockets. The government has made things difficult for many Bahamians. They've put that 100% tax on bread basket items, and it's made things more difficult for a lot of Bahamians, Mr. Deputy. As a matter of fact, Mr. Deputy, Mr. Deputy, as a matter of fact, as one of my constituents said to me on this weekend at our soup kitchen, he said, Mr. Deputy, he said, Mr. Cartwright, he said, my problems having problems, all right? Problems having problems, Mr. Deputy. And so, as the government continues to tout what they believe are the many successes, the Bahamian people are out there getting mashed up left, right, and center. And this is how they feel, Mr. Deputy. They promised a war on poverty, Mr. Deputy, but the first shot has not been fired. As many persons, many poor people and marginalized persons every day are trying to, and I'm sure in all of our constituencies we see this, where persons don't have food to eat. Food to eat, all right? Food to eat, okay? Mr. Deputy. And so we call upon the government, Mr. Deputy, to do more for the poor people of this country, to do more for the poor people of this country as they deal with the anxiety, right?
Yes.
All right? Right? Mr. Deputy, we also focus on the anxiety of the people of Grand Bahama.
Yes.
The people of Grand Bahama,
Yes.
who are now highly disappointed that this government has failed them in this failed deal that the government refuses to talk about.
Yes.
Refuses to talk about.
Yes.
The government
Yes.
The government was bullish. The government, Mr. Deputy, the government was very bullish on this deal for the people of Grand Bahama. And as I stand here, Mr. Deputy, this is not being gleeful in any failed deal. Because we are all Bahamians and we want what's best for the people of Grand Bahama.
That's right.
But the truth is on this deal, as the opposition leader said, they overpromised and they underdelivered.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
People living with problems.
Overpromised and Mr. Deputy, they promised that for Grand Bahama, this would be a grand deal. That's the word that was used. They said it would be a grand deal, Mr. Deputy. The point is, no. The government celebrated what they said was a deal. I'm not here celebrating.
That's
The
right.
government celebrated what they said was a deal. So they ain't gonna put that on me.
Bad spin.
Right? And so the people of Grand Bahama right now are dealing with a lot and have been dealing with a lot. And the government has a responsibility for that as it relates to putting this deal out there, right? Putting this deal out there. And if you listen to the government on this, the deal was done.
Done, of course. That's how they represented it. Yes. Yep.
Right?
All the same.
Right? Mr. Deputy, Mr. Deputy,
They should have walked gingerly, but unfortunately.
Mr. Deputy, right? As it relates to, I shared the article on crime, Mr. Deputy. We are now at 120 murders in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. No, we're not celebrating. Just as y'all stand up on your feet and talk about the issues of this country, you were once in opposition, and I never said to you that you celebrated.
Yeah,
no, ain't celebrating. There's 120 murders at the end of the day. And if you as a government, Mr. Deputy, protect me, please, Mr. Deputy.
Members.
Thank you. Protect me, Mr. Deputy.
Members.
What amazes me, Mr. Deputy, what amazes me is the government wants all the credit for all of the things that are going well, but they want none of the responsibility for what is not going well. That's you don't get to choose. You don't get to choose. You don't get to choose, Mr. Deputy, right? Choose, Mr. Deputy. So there's 120 murders in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And we have been consistently asking on behalf of the Bahamian people, where is the plan? 22 murders in the month of March. 22 murders in the month of March. It's now November. And still, there is no plan, Mr. Deputy. Still, there's no plan.
Any investigations, no plan. No.
And instead of members either choosing to shout insults here and there, it would be good if they would shout some plans.
Yes.
The plans that they have for crime, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, the anxiety in our country is great. Anxiety in our country is great, as I know my constituents, and I'm sure the constituents of everyone here talks about the increased electricity bills that have been heaped on their back.
Shame.
And of course, we continue to litigate this BPL. We continue to litigate BPL and the fact that the government abandoned the hedging strategy that was in place, and the fact that the government's delay caused an increased burden on the Bahamian people. And that is the reality. How much millions of dollars? Hundreds of millions of dollars. Hundreds of millions of dollars, Mr. Deputy. Well, Mr. Deputy, I'm trying not to be distracted, but I believe, I wouldn't say I heard for sure, I believe that I heard something to the effect of, they tired of hearing this. The Bahamian people, this is the Bahamian people. So if they are tired of hearing from the Bahamian people, that's on them. And maybe in their constituency, Mr. Deputy, the people aren't hurting. But I know in St. Barnabas and everywhere I go around this island, around the country, the people are talking about how much they are hurting. And again, the Bahamian people don't want prosperity on paper. They want prosperity in their pockets and in their lives.
Pressure
Pressure talk.
Pressure talk.
Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy.
Pressure talk.
Mr. Deputy. The anxiety that the Bahamian people feel is further exacerbated when the Bahamian people see the amount of travel, the travel costs that continues to go up. And I'll say this, Mr. Deputy, we have been consistent in saying we expect the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas to travel.
Yes.
To travel.
Yes.
Who would be silly enough to say you don't want the Prime Minister to travel on your behalf? What we have said, and what the Bahamian people, Mr. Deputy.
Honorable members, order.
Mr. Deputy, please.
God is not the God of confusion.
We have said, Mr. Deputy, right, that the Bahamian people are concerned about the large delegations. So people are hurting and they see in the increased travel. It isn't a question about the Prime Minister, it's a question about the large delegations. While people are hurting out there, people are pussing out there, all right, it's tight. All right? It's tight, and that's what the people are saying. All right? So it doesn't matter what they have on paper, Mr. Deputy. Right? I saw the other day, and I'm sure everybody saw this, how everybody know I played basketball, and it hurt my heart. It hurt my heart to see, Mr. Deputy, please.
Order, members.
Pressure on them.
Right? It hurt my heart to see that the women's national team
couldn't get funding.
So you think the Bahamian people aren't looking at that? Huh? Mr. Deputy?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Garden Hills.
Let me let the public know, as I said on talk shows already, the Basketball Federation got funding, more than they could ever ask for. The decision of that senior women team not to travel was an executive decision by the Federation itself.
The money's there, you just can't use it.
Oh, they could use it. When you manage your business, you make a financial decision what you think is in the best interest of your organization. And that's the decision that they made. They felt that they had the money, but they felt that the team wasn't good enough to travel, so they didn't send them. Financing had nothing to do with that.
Thank you, honorable member. Chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Mr. Deputy, the member for Garden Hills. Mr. Deputy, please.
Order, members,
Please. When you're not saying something they want to hear, they interrupt you, Please,
members.
Protect me, Mr. Deputy. All right? Protect me. Thank you. Mr. Deputy, I thank the member for Garden Hills very much. He used to coach me in Night League, and so I believe the member Garden Hills. The point is, Mr. Deputy, the report was, Mr. Deputy, thank the member for Garden Hills for clearing up, because the report was that they did not travel because of funding. So I thank the honorable member for clearing it up. But the fact still remains,
order,
Mr. Deputy.
Members, order.
Mr. Deputy, please. All right?
Order.
Okay? Mr. Deputy. You need to talk about Grand Bahama. I'm not, Mr. Deputy. What's the point of order? Mr. Deputy?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamakura.
The point of order is that the member misled the parliament. He was corrected. I think the contents of his submission, he admitted that he was wrong and he was correct. He should strike it from. It should be stricken from the records, or he should withdraw his. He should withdraw.
Yeah, hold on.
Mr. I'm on my feet.
I recognize.
Mr. Deputy, the points of order.
St. Barnabas, I recognize the honorable member for Yamakura. Let him finish.
The point of order, Mr. Deputy, and for the members who constantly spring up like Jack in the Box or dead seat of everybody's and doing everybody's submission should appreciate a point of order, a real point of order. The member made a submission. The good member from St. Barnabas made a submission. He was corrected. He admitted he was wrong, and he kept his words in the book. He should be made to withdraw.
Yep. Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes. Oh, 1 minute. See, now we straying away from the mental health bill, and now we getting into this you say and I say. So please, let's stick to yeah.
In reference to the member for Garden Hills, I said thank him for his clarity. Clarity on the issue. So the Nassau Guardian said, the Nassau Guardian said, I'm not withdrawing anything because I don't have to withdraw it. Months after qualifying for the FIBA Central Basket Women's Championship in Mexico 2022, the Bahamas Senior Women's National Basketball Team.
The chair recognized. Hold on.
Mr. Deputy, I'm in the middle of saying something.
Hold on. You can continue. I would give you an opportunity. No. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Exuma and Ragged Island. 1 minute.
Thank you.
Yeah, calm down.
Thank you for Speaker. Speaker, thank
you. I've ruled. St. Barnabas, I've ruled. No, you can't. St. Barnabas. Yeah, give me a minute, please. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
Mr. Speaker, an allegation was made. The minister responsible clarified it. That should be the end of the story, Mr. Speaker. It's a done matter. The member ought to withdraw the false information he put on the record and refrain.
Can you let him finish,
he
please?
He should refrain from putting more false information on the record, Mr. Speaker. And he should.
St. Barnabas, let him finish.
He should be asked to withdraw and move on to the matter at hand, Mr. Deputy. The allegation made, the minister responded, and the story, Mr. Speaker.
Now, let me ask, are you going to withdraw? Are you going to withdraw?
I'm not going to withdraw, and here's why,
Good.
Mr. Deputy.
Okay, so now you can continue.
Mr. Deputy, thank you. I'm not going to withdraw, right?
Okay,
Mr.
continue.
Deputy, Mr. Deputy, I've been accused by the member of misleading the House. And then I started to refute that, okay? And then I was interrupted rudely by the member for Exuma. So, Mr. Deputy, I would have hoped that the member for Exuma would have gotten up on his feet to talk about why the Grand Bahama deal has failed, but now he wants to play politics. Mr. Deputy.
Yeah. Hold on.
Mr.
Now,
Deputy,
the chair recognized. No, hold on, St. Barnabas.
You recognize me, Mr. Deputy?
Listen. Now I'm recognizing the honorable member for Exuma and Ragged Island. It's getting late, so let's please. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
Mr. Speaker, there's a conventional rule about decency in Parliament, Mr. Speaker. He made certain allegations. The minister responsible has clarified the matter very clearly. The member ought to be respectful to the honorable minister and move on. Mr. Speaker, unless he is prepared to, you've made a ruling, Mr. Speaker, I believe. Unless he's prepared to withdraw, you should expunge, Mr. Speaker, because the member is rambling now and he's putting further misleading information on the House.
Yes.
Table
Okay.
of the House.
Now, was it clear enough that?
It was very clear.
I've not been allowed to finish.
Okay, can you finish?
Yamakra said that I misled this House, and now I'm about to show him that I have not misled this House. The Nassau Guardian said, months after qualifying for the FIBA Central Basket Women's Championship, Mexico 2022, the Bahamas Senior Women's National Basketball Team is forced to pull out due to lack of funds. It's forced to pull out due to a lack of funds. They officially, let me finish. They officially withdrew from the tournament on Monday. So I didn't mislead this House. That's what was said. Then the minister, then the member for Garden Hills got up, I clarified, and I thanked him for clarifying. So how did I mislead the House?
Okay, can you continue?
The House? I didn't come up with it off my own. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As I said, Mr. Deputy, I wish the member for Exuma was was this ferocious in explaining to the people of Grand Bahama what happened to the Grand Bahama deal. But they don't want to talk about that, Mr. Deputy. Right? Right? No. Right, the big Grand Bahama. Right?
He's doing a good job. Let him talk.
Mr. Deputy, thank you, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, we talked about the continual mental anguish that the Bahamian people continue to go through. One of the other aspects of the mental anguish that the Bahamian people continue to experience is what's happening with the shanty towns, Mr. Deputy. No, see, Mr. Deputy, what amazes me, right? What amazes me, every time you get up to talk about something that the government doesn't want to hear, it's an issue. So, right? So, yes, but we're talking about mental health and what's happening with the Bahamian people, right? So, right? So, Mr. Deputy, talking about the mental anguish that Bahamians are feeling related to this shantytown issue. I've sat on my feet. This is not about being xenophobic. This is not about being any anti-group of people, but the Bahamian people have genuine questions and genuine concerns about the illegal immigration problem and the shanty towns, where even members of this government, including North Abaco and South Abaco, talked about the issues that they are facing. So, Madam Speaker, no, nobody's talking about anything old. The members for members for North Abaco and South Abaco talked about it, and now they've switched up their mouths on the people of Abaco.
That's misleading. You believe Abaco now? What happened when
Mr. Deputy, the issue of mental health. The issue of mental health, Mr. Deputy. The issue of mental health impacts and is impacted by every facet of government and every facet of our society. So, on the issues as it relates to the economy, the government has made it more difficult for many Bahamians to take care of their light bill, to eat, and that is a fact. As it relates to crime, there are many people suffering mental anguish because of the level of crime in their communities. The government might not like to hear that, but it is what it is. On the issue of shanty towns, there are many people, Mr. Deputy, many people concerned about that issue, as highlighted by the two members from Abaco, Mr. Deputy. But Mr. Deputy, you know, a number of members, Mr. Deputy, have talked about different observations that they've made throughout Bahamian society as it relates to persons who are challenged with mental health. And I am in support of this bill. It's a very important bill. You know, the stigma that's associated with persons with mental health challenges, Mr. Deputy, and the stigma is even qualified differently depending on, quite frankly, the color of your skin, right? You know, different labels, you know, and even economics, you know, because the person who was on the lower, the person on no, it's the truth. I mean, it's the truth. The person on the lower, it's the truth in terms of labels that are used. This is what I'm saying, Mr. Deputy, labels that are used. When I was chairman of the Bahamas Public Parks and Beaches Authority, and I'm sure the member for Mount Moriah, help a lot of people, including PLPs. I'm sure the member for Mount Moriah has probably had to contend with this. There's a gentleman who used to be right almost opposite Home Fabrics, and he would tote trash there every single day. And it was a challenge for the authority constantly because every day we would move the trash and try to get the gentleman some help. But he's there every day, and he brings the trash and he sleeps on top of it. And as was said earlier, it is so difficult to be able to sometimes get assistance for those persons. And we made many attempts to try to get him off the street, but it just shows you again the importance of this legislation, Mr. Deputy. And the truth is, Mr. Deputy, you know, my great grandmother was from Snug Corner, Acklands, Mr. Deputy. And actually the member from Golden Isles talked about it, or used the saying, I would say, said that you're not past anything till you're dead. The reality of it is, Mr. Deputy, Mr. Deputy, please.
Honorable members.
The reality of it is, Mr. Deputy, is that none of us and nobody knows what situations, occurrences in our lives can bring us to a certain fate. That is the reality. That is the reality. We can only be prayerful to Almighty God to keep us of sound mind, to keep us strong through the difficult times in our lives, because there are many different things that cause people to become mentally challenged, Mr. Deputy. And so it was one of the things that I think is vitally important, that especially as men, that we take for granted, you know, especially in our society. Sometimes, depending on the type of men you hang around with, being expressive can be something that is not necessarily embraced. But as Bahamian men, we have to do our best in our different circles to find out how a brother is doing on a real and profound way. Because sometimes those conversations here and there will lead you to find out some challenges that your brother may be having relative to mental challenges and mental challenges. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I did. Yeah, so I think the bill is very good. All right, so Mr. Deputy. All right, so Mr. Deputy, as you said, we support this bill. It does not negate the fact that the government is falling down in a number of areas that is causing great anxiety in the minds of the Bahamian people, and bringing many challenges to their lives, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, before I take my seat,
He has zero interest in the ministry you want to put it in.
Before I take my seat, Mr. Deputy, before I take my seat, Mr. Deputy, I will also note, Mr. Deputy, a number of taxi drivers, the taxi drivers out by the airport, Mr. Deputy, have a big concern about livery plate drivers who are taking taxi jobs, and I hope it's something that the government can address, Mr. Deputy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Tall Pines.
Thank you. I understand. Don't put it over.
Order, members.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Let's move right along.
Thank you. Mr. Deputy, I am so pleased to rise this evening on behalf of the great people of Tall Pines as I close this debate on the Mental Health Bill 2022. We're going to close the debate. It's late in the evening, and I want to say a few things about the bill, and which seeks to repeal and replace the current Mental Health Act 1969. I do so as Minister of Health and Wellness on behalf of the thousands of Bahamians across our archipelago who suffer from mental illness, are in need of acute hospital care and ongoing outpatient medical healthcare services. At my ministry, we are moving swiftly to implement more robust integrated healthcare models that would offer greater psychiatric support throughout the country
focusing on early detection and the implementation of more modern psychiatric treatment modalities. I must say that going forward, patient-centered care model that we intend to implement is paramount. Let me assure the Bahamian people that my team at the Ministry of Health and Wellness are motivated to bring meaningful changes to our healthcare system. We are at a stage of doing more for less in an environment where many workers have become comfortable with doing less and demanding more. Mr. Speaker, much has been said throughout this debate, and it is clear that I have support across the political divide for this piece of legislation. And for that, I am grateful, and the thousands of Bahamians suffering from mental illness are grateful as well. The content of this bill, as far as I'm concerned, is not contentious. And yes, I do agree that every bill that comes to this honorable place must be adequately funded, because without the funding, the Bahamian people will not reap the benefits of this important social reform initiative. My colleague, the honorable member for Freetown, did a wonderful job last week in my absence, and he dealt with some of the technical components of this bill while acting as the Minister of Health and Wellness. And once again, sir, I appreciate what you have done in my absence. You did an excellent job. Likewise, this morning, the member for Fox Hill spoke specifically about some of the inner workings of the bill, and the member for Angliston dissected some components of the bill, so I don't intend to be repetitious. So while that was happening, I decided to remove a lot of what I had to say about the mechanics of the bill. Madam Speaker, as I wrap up this debate, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the members who contributed and for the suggestions, constructive criticism, and deep concerns with the execution of the legal, medical, and social policies that are clearly defined in this new piece of legislation. Let me say from the onset, like many other bills that have come to this place, this bill is not perfect. And I agree with the leader of the opposition. I listened to you in Malta. I also agree with the former Prime Minister. I agree with all the members on the side opposite that the implementation of this critical piece of legislation require funding. And I assure you that some of that funding will be upcoming in the supplementary budget and other budgets to come while we are in government. There's no question that going forward, we need more manpower resources throughout the healthcare system. And with the execution of this bill, we would need additional support facilities, because we're talking about moving people from spaces and putting them in an environment where they can receive care and therapy. Yes. We care about individuals in our community who are displaced and find themselves on the streets in our cities, in our neighborhoods, in our parks, and recreational spaces. I'd like to commend the member for St. Anne's. One morning, as I was jogging coming from where I live, I'm in his constituency, and I saw you speaking to specifically and cleaning up the area, particularly around Montague, where we have some individuals who suffer from mental illness. I want to commend you. You need to come to the park within Blair to clean that up too.
My MP.
The bill also calls for patient-centered care, while respecting the patient's constitutional rights. The bottom line is this effort must be interministerial. It's not only the Ministry of Health. It requires all ministries to come together as we truly improve the quality of care currently being offered, particularly with those suffering from severe psychiatric illness. Mr. Deputy, last week I attended a tech conference in Malta, where many new diagnostic tools were demonstrated to help medical professionals solve complex clinical problems. And one of the hottest apps that are out there right now is voice analysis. Do you realize your voice is like your iris? It's almost like your fingerprint. And these devices, with the use of artificial intelligence, are now being used in the diagnosis of mental illness. The clinical application of these devices are mind-boggling. And the only thing that is stopping them from being implemented has to do with the legal ramifications, the question around who owns the data, where will the data be stored, and the protection of the patient medical information and treatment records. These are the challenges that prevent these very sophisticated tools to be used in the diagnosis of mental illness. The member for Angleton spoke about the impact of Dorian and the impact of COVID-19, the lockdowns, how they've impacted our kids. These particular tools can be used from psychologists, psychiatrists, to do greater works to make clinical diagnosis in the early stages and activate treatment as well as counseling to prevent further deficits that may occur down the road. I predict that this form of artificial intelligence in medicine will be used in clinical settings to diagnose many forms of mental illnesses by way of telemedicine platforms that would help my ministry and my clinical team fill many of the gaps that currently exist in the Sandilands Rehabilitation Center and our polyclinics across the country. Mr. Deputy, the shortage of medical personnel is a global phenomenon. And experts are saying that these shortages will exist for some 5 to 7 years as countries around the world, including the Bahamas, ramp up training to try to fill these positions. My ministry, it recognizes the environment we are currently in and continue to search for well-tested diagnostic platforms and digital platforms, as well as the recruitment of specialty nurses, physicians, allied healthcare professionals from other countries to assist the Bahamas in the delivery of healthcare services in our ecosystem. Mr. Deputy, these new diagnostic tools and the shortage of healthcare workers was also a discussion at PAHO's 30th Sanitary Convention in Washington, D.C., where mental health in the region remains one of the highest things on the agenda in all member states. We are aware of the mental health fallouts triggered by COVID-19, combined with the impacts of climate change, the migration of climate refugees, as well as other public health issues affecting our country. The aggressive recruitment and exercise of healthcare workers by large developed countries to fill the gaps in their healthcare system sometimes put us on the brink of collapse in small developing countries. And we are unable to provide essential services at our local clinics and hospitals. Mr. Deputy, the Bahamas is not alone in this fight. And we are certainly learning from the experiences of other countries. Together, we are stronger as a region. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Pan American Health Organization, CARICOM member states, our Honorable Prime Minister for his leadership at the regional level for attracting additional technical support and consultancies from the region to partner with my ministry in fine-tuning this particular bill and putting in place programs that can help those suffering from mental illness. Mr. Deputy, a few weeks ago, I tabled the new NHI Bill 2022 that aimed to repeal and replace the NHI Act 2016, which make provisions for additional essential outpatient medical care services that will be expanded under the new act. The member for Long Island touched on it. Excellent presentation. Seems as if he really understands the complexities and legal ramifications associated with mental health. Actually, I'm serious because he began to dissect it step by step. So I want to commend him because he touched on something that is already foreshadowed in the new Mental Health Act, new Mental Health Bill, and the NHI Bill 2022. This once again confirmed that the Davis-Cooper-led administration, this one is for Michael Pinter, the Davis-Cooper-led administration mean business. We mean business. And positive steps are being taken to make good on many of the key deliverables outlined in our blueprint for change. Look at the PLP social agenda program. Mental health bill, social transformation, helping those who have been abandoned for years and lost in the system. The increase in the minimum wage, and the list goes on and on. We are on a mission to transform social agendas in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Mr. Deputy, this new Mental Health Bill 2022, once passed, will create essential legislative reform that protect real people who have been barely surviving for years. I don't know about you, but I see them daily on my journey as I move from place to place. I feel their pain. It affects my heart to see someone's son or daughter mentally beaten down, stripped of their human rights, while family members and friends and co-workers struggle mentally on finding solutions to help their loved ones and to bring them back in elements of human dignity and to address the social stigma of mental health that is embedded in our society. This must change. And with the enactment of this bill, my ministry will move very rapidly to put the support mechanism in place that is outlined in the bill. As part of the public consultative process, I had election Tall Pines constituency, where a senior psychiatric nurse from Sandilands Rehabilitation Center was my keynote speaker. The turnout to that session was excellent. And from the questions emanating from the floor at that meeting, it was clear as crystal that more forums of this kind are necessary to address many of the misunderstandings that are in the community about people who suffer from mental illness. This is crucial if we are going to reduce the stigma surrounding mental health and mental unwellness in our country. So, Mr. Deputy, there's a question that this bill before us today seeks to repeal and replace the 53-year-old current Mental Act is long overdue and would be as effective as we put the human resources and financial resources behind the workings of this bill. Mr. Deputy, I know throughout the debate there was many definitions for mental health. But I want to once again repeat the World Health Organization definition that defines mental health as a state of well-being in which the individual realizes his or her own abilities, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively and fruitfully, and is able to make a contribution to his or her society. That is a definition defined by the World Health Organization, and it defines mental health. Put simply, anyone outside of this definition can be considered in a state of mental unwellness on a wide spectrum of conditions. And many of those conditions were discussed today. Schizophrenia, bipolar illness, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorders, many forms of mental illnesses that affect hundreds and thousands of Bahamians in our country. The World Health Organization estimates that mental illness will affect 1 in 4 people in their lifetime. Sometimes it lingers on. Sometimes it's very transient. But it is the responsibility of a community and healthcare professionals to be able to identify them and get that individual back on the course of productivity in the community. Mr. Deputy, during a recent PAHO's conference in Washington, D.C., much attention was placed on the link between natural disasters, the pandemic, and mental health. In the case of natural disasters, as a people, we have witnessed firsthand the emotional trauma caused by Hurricane Dorian and the anxiety around the passing of Tropical Storm Nicole. The loss of relatives and friends, the loss of property and physical as well as financial resources is now compounding the complexities on mental health in our communities. Adding to this trauma is the COVID-19 pandemic and the associated lockdowns that traumatized people, social restrictions that affected them and moved them from a steady state completely into a relapse state. The loss of employment, the creation of severe stresses resulting from cognitive crisis, and many of these factors are currently being manifested in our communities. Mr. Deputy, it is critical then that our health system, our legislative system, and many other aspects in our society are prepared and equipped to treat many individuals who are showing signs and symptoms of mental illness. I am confident that this new bill lays the foundation that is required to tackle many of these unseen challenges, particularly in our workforce. It is a known fact that the identification and treatment of care of workers suffering from mental trauma will not only improve the individual's quality of life, but also increase productivity in the workplace. This issue is of great concern by both ministers in the public service. We are in discussions, and going forward, my ministry intends to work very closely with the public service to introduce mental health programs and counseling service to assist the government workers who are suffering from issues of mental illness. Mr. Deputy, this new mental health bill is modern. It's intentionally comprehensive to meet the current needs of our population and the new clinical treatments currently available across the globe. The days will soon go where we use these cheaper forms of antipsychotic medications with multiple symptoms. We need to introduce new medications that will give our individuals who suffer from severe mental illness the best quality medication so that they can function effectively. Last week in Malta, I had the opportunity to speak with the new Minister of Health of the Seychelles, who expressed similar concerns with the impact of climate change that is having on their workforce and is having on public servants, but more specifically on healthcare workers in a country that is impacted by climate change. Mr. Deputy, you will notice right away from this bill that the interpretations are extensive, and the member for Long Island went into them. This is not an old archaic bill. We're bringing the issues so that our legal professions can ensure individuals who suffer from mental rights have rights.
That's right.
They have to have rights. Mental illness to have rights. That's what I meant. That is what we're trying to go. We have to prevent individuals who have been locked down, who have been abused with a system that does not work. And we are going to ensure that it happens. Minister. Yeah, man. Mr. Deputy, the Sandlands Rehabilitation Center, as well as the Dye Award, and our team of experts that mental and geriatric facilities have done a lot with little. I want to commend them.
Yes.
When I became minister, I went to the Sandlands Rehabilitation Center, and I was pleased to see what has been accomplished when things are not even properly funded. This motivated me to move swiftly to implement this piece of legislation, to give them the tools and the financial resources they truly need to do more for less. I'm pleased to say that we have put in place a new administrative team led by Mrs. Sandra Mortimer Russell from Grand Bahama, who stands ready to implement components of this new piece of legislation once the bill is enacted. Mr. Deputy, we at the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the PHA, NHIA, are no longer working in individual silos, but see the benefits of integrated healthcare models in the delivery of healthcare services across the country, and our team at Sandilands have adopted this new healthcare model that will improve the way we assist outpatient patients who are suffering from mental illness, as well as in-hospital patient care. I am excited for the direction we're heading in. That is why it was important to include in this bill Part 11 to establish the Mental Health Care Board.
Wrapping up.
This 11-member board will oversee the planning and management of mental health care and the treatment of those suffering from mental illnesses in the Bahamas. They will promote mental health best practices, review care and treatment techniques, and use experimental techniques that have been proven globally and set the standard for accreditation of facilities. With the inclusion of a person who has access to mental health care services, family members, caregivers, and persons suffering from mental illness, we will include civil society, social services, the chairman of the National Commission for Persons with Disability, and other health and mental professionals are on this board. While Part 4 of the bill, discussed fully by the member for Angleton, speaks to the right of persons suffering with mental illnesses, Part 5 of the bill addresses the care and treatment of mental illness, including the psychological services. This board provides the necessary tools in order for us to make sure we protect individuals who are diagnosed with mental illness and have the capability to receive the necessary treatment that they deserve. Mr. Deputy, finally, Part 12 of the bill established the composition of a jurisdiction and proceedings of mental health review tribunal. This 5-member review tribunal shall be appointed by the Governor General for 3 years and have the responsibility to hear and determine mental health matters. The review tribunal comprised of an experienced psychiatrist, mental health professional, counsel, attorney at law, administration, or social service professionals, and sometimes experienced mental health professionals or relevant individuals with other experiences from the court of justice. The reason why this is important, Mr. Deputy, is because we cannot allow individuals with mental illness to be forgotten. The individuals who will present themselves to one of our in-hospital facilities, confused, deficient cognitive skills, unable to conduct their own personal affairs, and with treatment, pharmacology, as well as psychological treatment, can get better. And so there has to be a mechanism in place so these individuals are not left behind or forgotten. The tribunal's focus is to protect the rights and worth of persons with mental illness through fair determinations and proceedings that lead to the best outcomes for these persons, and by extension, to allow them to be placed back into society to make a contribution. Mr. Deputy, mental health stigma is real, and we must do all in our power to address eliminating it and reducing it in our communities. The unfair labeling, the disregard, and the treatment of persons suffering from mental illness has been a thorn in the side of our battle for equality and the provision of healthcare services. This bill seeks to strip away the derogatory labeling and discrimination of persons with mental illness and the mental pain that it brings to those individuals as they go through their recovery process. It is our national responsibility to treat each other with care and dignity in our interaction with one another. In the health industry, whether public or private, there's a prevailing duty to deliver comprehensive, compassionate, quality health care and healing care services for those who are in our mental health care facilities. Anyone, and I want to make this very clear to all who work at our healthcare institution, anyone who willfully mistreat or neglect persons under his or her care open themselves to penalty that are prescribed specifically in law. The penalties are clearly outlined in this bill. This is a serious bill, and we are not going to tolerate people abusing people with mental illness. It's a criminal act. At my ministry, we have a zero tolerance for anyone mistreating or abusing any of our clients suffering from displaying signs of mental illness or cognitive impairment. I'm serious about this. Deputy, after 53 years, we have reached this place today. Yes, I agree that the bill is not perfect. However, this bill is timely, it's relevant, and it's necessary for safeguarding those persons who have mental illness in our country. As a government, it is our responsibility to put the legal framework in place to support policies and programs that will advance us as a country, to move us from a developing to a developed country. You know how they determine where you develop? It's the way how you treat your animals, your elderly, and the mentally ill. I want to assure the Bahamian public that our administration is committed to doing the right thing, and that is to protect those who are vulnerable. This bill recognizes and seeks remedies that our forefathers who enacted the first bill in 1969 did not have. Mr. Deputy, mental health is just as important as physical health. And the people who are suffering from mental illness deserve dignity, respect, and support. It's getting late. I have a lot more to say, but I can bring it home now. I can bring it home. I don't want to create mental anguish. I'm going to bring it home. Mr. Deputy, as I conclude, I am not sure if the Minister of National Security, while acting as minister, had the opportunity to thank my team. Mr. Deputy, as minister, I'm fortunate to be surrounded by a cadre of professionals with institutional and agencies that are committed to repealing and replacing this 53-year-old mental act, and to address many of the challenges faced by those suffering from mental illness in our country. It has been about 10 years, and we are at this place where we are now able to enact this state-of-the-art piece of legislation that is not only progressive, but it's leading the way in the region. This bill is one of the most progressive mental health bills in the region. Yeah. Today, I salute all who work to bring this new Mental Health Bill 2022 to this honorable place. All. Especially the hard-working members for the National Mental Health Advisory Committee. We got some serious good professionals in the country, you know. All we got to do is put the legislation in place and put the funding, and they're going to work.
Member.
Madam Speaker, today I salute all who worked to bring this new bill 2022 to this honorable place, especially the hard-working members of the National Mental Health Advisory Committee. And we cannot forget the consultants that we brought on board from the Commonwealth Secretariat. I also salute other ministers of health on both sides of the political divide for their contribution to this bill. The Honorable Attorney Ryan Pinder and his team at the Law Reform Commission, including Dame Anita Allen, and last but not least, our Prime Minister, the member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador, whose unwavering compassion has been a tremendous pillar of support for this bill. I am humbled as the Minister of Health and Wellness for the opportunity to serve under his leadership and to be the conduit to bring this mental health bill 2022 to this honorable place. I look for complete support for this bill, and I look for support as we begin to implement this bill to transform the way how we deal with mental illness throughout the Commonwealth of Canada. Thank you.
You have the bill? Where is it? Number 49? Mental health bill. Not that. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. Mental health bill. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to repeal the Mental Health Act and to make provision for promotion, protection, and enforcement of the rights of persons diagnosed with or exhibiting symptoms of mental illness, the care and treatment of such persons, the establishment of a mental health services board, the establishment of a mental health review tribunal, and for connected purposes.
Thank you. Further second readings in committee?
Second readings, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I now move that the House resolves itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the House do resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is agreed. The House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair.
Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Deputy, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, the opposition has alerted us of their intention to move for an amendment. And so therefore, Mr. Deputy, I'd like to move from sections part 1 to part part 9 of the bill be approved.
Second?
Part 9.
Yes. Part 9 of the bill be approved.
Is there a seconder?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that part 9 of the bill, 1 through 9, be
Yes,
agreed.
one.
As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried.
Mr.
Part
Deputy,
9
I
of the-
now move that part 10 of the bill be agreed.
Is there a second?
That's your
Is there a
amendment?
seconder? It has been moved and seconded that part 10 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Part 10 of the bill is agreed.
Remember, sit down.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, we would ask that part 10, section 67, in subsections A and B, be amended to add the words "or private place not being their own." And that amendment would come in part A to, on being informed by a member of the public that a person loitering in a public place, insertion, or a private place not being their own, be exhibiting symptoms of a mental illness, and B, on observing that person loitering in a public place and insertion or private place not being their own, is satisfied that person appears to have a mental illness.
That's section 6 through 10.
That's section, no, they're talking about parts, but it's section 67, Deputy Speaker.
Is there a seconder?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear, sorry.
Oh, come on, man.
Sorry, second.
It has been moved and seconded that section 10, 67 be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
You have to put the amendment first.
You have to put the amendment. We gotta vote against it.
You have to put the amendment.
Put the amendment.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill be amended as read. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is defeated.
It doesn't make sense. Our legal person tell me this.
And now move, Mr. Deputy, that section 10 be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that section 10 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Section 10 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Is there a seconder?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that the House, move that the Speaker now take the chair.
Is there a seconder?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Everybody sleeping?
No, I didn't say take the chair.
As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The Speaker will now take the chair. Madam Speaker, I beg you to report that the Committee of the Whole has examined several bills making no amendments thereto.
Honorable members, The chairman of the Committee of the Whole has reported that the committee has examined the bill and made no amendments thereto. Third reading and passing of bills.
Madam Speaker, I move for the third reading and passing of the Mental Health Bill 2022.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. The Mental Health Bill 2022. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to repeal the Mental Health Act and to make provision for the promotion, protection, and enforcement of the rights of persons diagnosed with or exhibiting symptoms of mental illness, the care and treatment of such persons, the establishment of a mental health services board, the establishment of a mental health review tribunal, and for connected purposes.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Mental Health Act 2022. For the third reading of bills?
For the third reading, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Order that the bill passed in this honorable house today is passed to the Senate, the Honorable Senate for their concurrence. We will now revert back to the order of business. Consideration of Senate's amendments, resolutions, member statements. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The constituents in St. Anne's are still waiting to know who was given authority to the structure that's being erected on Fort Montague area. The structure is still there now over a week, and there hasn't been any public announcements as to which department gave the authority for its construction and or when it will be removed. It's where it wouldn't be if we were in power. That's why we're not in power, Ragged Island. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, I can help my MP from St. Anne's. The F&M for years didn't demolish the shanty towns that St. Barnabas spoke about, but the PLP administration, I'm advised by the member from Mount Moriah, has given the person who put it there till the end of this month to take it down, or we will take it down.
Thank you, honorable member.
Madam Speaker, while I was chairman of the Town Planning Committee, we had issued orders to remove containers at the end of Junkanoo Beach. It wasn't until after the election, quite soon after the election, that those containers were physically removed. So I have every confidence in the statement made by my former boss, the man from Freetown. And Madam Speaker, I also wish to take a moment to welcome those that are attending the St. Anne's constituency office tomorrow. We're having Thanksgiving for persons that have been contacted, Thanksgiving meal for the We're having a Thanksgiving meal, Madam Speaker, for some of the elderly from the constituency that have been invited. And some of the ladies as capacity allows, but all of those that are expected have been invited. We'll look forward to that. We'll look forward to that event to being a great welcome to what should be a wonderful festive season here in our beautiful Commonwealth. Madam Speaker, it's also my oldest son's birthday, Franklin Adrian White. He's turned 17 today. I noticed the member for East Grand Bahama's daughter was also having a birthday today. And this is a great day in Bahamian history, Madam Speaker, and I'm proud to have added to it.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just before mentioning our event tomorrow, contrary to what was said by the member for Freetown, I seem to recall that both administrations at different times made attempts to dismantle shantytowns. The discussion has always been whether or not the appropriate procedures were followed, whether or not, for example, one looked at Town Planning and Subdivisions Act. So what was said by the member for Freetown was absolutely false, because just in the last administration, as you would be aware, that a court action was taken, an injunction against us continuing with the demolition in Abaco. So, Madam Speaker, I mean, if you have to go, Exuma, Ragged Island, please feel free to excuse yourself. So, Madam Speaker, tomorrow we in Grand Bahama, in Marco City, we're going to host a luncheon, as we've done. I think this is now the 6th or 7th year that we have been hosting some of the seniors to a luncheon, and we of course, anybody who needs assistance, please feel free, as some folks have reached out to us independent of that, to reach out. We'll do our best to offer assistance to persons, not just during the Thanksgiving season, but otherwise. I'll be home tomorrow in Grand Bahama for Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for North Abaco.
I know it's been a long day, but thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to congratulate the staff at the Water and Sewage Corporation from the Abaco Department. After Hurricane Dorian, the staff was asked to work in some inhumane conditions and, of course, unsafe environment in overtime circumstances. That contribution to the Water Sewage Corporation resulted in us, the staff, being dubbed fraudulent overtime. However, I am pleased to stand here this afternoon and announce that the staff of the Abaco Department has been exonerated, and they were finally paid their overtime. I also wish, of course, I'll get to that. I'll get to that. Of course, we were also compensated for being unceremoniously and unilaterally placed on an unlawful shift system. So we receive compensation for that as well. Let's just get it. So what I wish to do at this time is to thank the new chairman, the member for North, Illutra, deputy. I would also like to thank the board of directors, the Water Sewage Corporation, the management team. I would also like to thank the Bahamas Utility Service and Allied Workers Union executive team, and of course, the undefeated and undisputed president, Dwayne Prickle Woods. You see, the reason why I wish to stand here and thank them is because I was a part of that team, and I know what it feels like to have been in that type of environment, performing our duties, and to only be called thieves. I know what that felt like. So I wish to stand here this evening and say thank you to all of those individuals who made a conscious decision, a godly decision, to pay us our due process. God is good. At least they understood what water and sewage money was meant for. Madam Speaker, I also rise this evening to share my voice with North Abaco to give thanks to the Almighty God for protecting us during Hurricane Nicole. There was no loss of life, but there was some flooding which caused minor property damage. Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the acting Prime Minister at the time, the member for Exuma and Ragged Island, all the ministers, and the entire team that he brought and visited Abaco very shortly after the hurricane passed, in record-breaking time. Abaco didn't have to wait for our Prime Minister. He was there. We would like to also thank Administrators Donald Roll and Leonard Dames, local government chief councillors and members, NEMA, Royal Bahamas Police Force, Royal Bahamas Defense Force, Department of Social Services, the pastors for allowing us to use their churches as shelters, the shelter managers, the volunteers, of course, the media. We thank them for a well-coordinated, well-smooth operation that they ran, keeping us informed and safe. You see, the passing of Nicole took Abaconians back to a very dark and painful time in our memories. It reminded us of Doreen. And who feels it knows it. In those stores, a few hours before Nicole was scheduled to arrive, you would hear kids, children, crying in their parents' hands, saying, what gonna happen to us? Are we going to be okay? Simply from the memories of Doreen. That is mental health. They are traumatized. We stand in this place and we speak about it. We try to score political points about it. But I agree with what a member said the other day. It's real people out there who's experiencing it. I've seen it firsthand. So I would like to join my colleagues as well. I'd like to express our heartfelt gratitude to the people of North Abaco for their unwavering spirit and resilience. The reason being is, from the all clear was given, the residents of North Abaco was out in the streets clearing the path. I stand here proud of my people. They are resilient, and their desire to live is unbroken. Thank you, North Abaco. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for South and Central Leading.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to invite all colleagues in this place, as well as Bahamians at large, to Ambassador Bass Regatta, which has been held after a few years of not being able to host it because of the pandemic. We have a lot of sloop sailors that's excited, a lot of vendors that hopefully will be able to make some money. So we're excited, and everyone is here to invited. 1st to the 4th, December 1st to the 4th. Montague for sure. You invited? Yes, sir. Yeah, if you want to call it. No, you're invited to come to everything. Come support. We enjoy this together. All right? Yeah, December 1st to the 4th. December 1st to the 4th. So I just want to make sure that everyone's aware, because it's important to the sailors. If you come, I'll bring it.
Who's on the beat first? Who's up first? Yamaha?
Let's vote on it.
The chair recognizes.
Thank the residents of Big Pond and Black Village in particular. This weekend we had a second installment of Soup Kitchen, and we fed about 600 persons, and that was well received by the community. Also, the member of Tall Pines, the people of Coconut Grove, are looking forward to the opening of the Coconut Grove Clinic. I know you and we had a discussion about that, and we could have a discussion offline about the progress and anything that's made on that. But we also wish to let the people of St. Barnabas know that we are going to be doing the free drinking water, 5-gallon refill in the coming weeks, so to look out for that, because as we continue our Helping Hand initiative in the constituency of St. Barnabas. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Yamacraw.
The Yamacraw constituency branch of the PLP is having a Thanksgiving can drive. We're donating foodstuff to persons in need in our constituency. I'd encourage all of the colleagues here to please donate if you can, and those listening. Yes, corned beef too. Whatever you can afford. Any little will help. The constituency office, they can call Ms. Smith at 806-1348, or Ms. Pratt at 828-1738 for collection of the cans and whatever dry food stuff that you can donate. They will be much appreciated by the needy in our community. And I thank the Yamacraw constituency for their continued hard work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. No further segment? Our members, please be reminded too at this time, if you have not done your Christmas recording at ZNES, please be reminded. I think these are the last few days that you can be afforded that opportunity. They plan to start their recordings December 1st. Appointment of select committees. Instructions to select committee. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to renew all notices in the name of the government.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, I was thinking of all of my constituents that wouldn't have the benefit of people with mental illnesses loitering on their private property from calling the police and having the issue addressed for the person with mental illness. The police don't deal with it. I spoke to it at length in my contribution that my constituent might have heard from Malta. But Madam Speaker, I renew all business in the name of the government, particularly all of those questions that were.
Soon.
In the name of the opposition, Madam Speaker, including all those questions that must have detailed answers by now, supported by documentation as evidence.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Adjournment?
Madam Speaker, I now move that the House adjourns to Wednesday, December 7th, 2022 at 10 a.m.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there a seconder? Second. Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the House at its risings do adjourn to Wednesday, 7th of December, 2022 at 10 a.m. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is agreed. Final adjournment?
Madam Speaker, I now move that the House stands adjourned to Wednesday, December 7th, 2022 at 10 a.m.
Is there a seconder? Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now adjourn to Wednesday, 7th of December, 2022 at 10 a.m. As many...
He ready to go.
All right, Penny. Penny said, let's go. They finish that tomorrow. I know how you feel, hon.